Dangin mo tuan po wengi chi lu tu na na so Thailand tu Isike on sugar nai no za Tao na gui ma go gu And who no who ma mostu Be na tong goes tai banya de ru Anay aplata hi ma go gu Ilek mu ai lo kwe chi lu Ni la 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 Cut the bad way. The yellow wind when you brush your hair with accident. Ba we see you thing chi nat gi thinking mock ton pu quay gi para quý do na sisti and yon hot like ta be nha don't pa go si pa che nha that is pues you nai na nha chi nat you salam lam ni ben nha canta ba we wonder where the yellow wind when you brush your teeth accident la 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 yellow wind when you brush your teeth with accident la 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 where the yellow wind when you brush your teeth with accident làm gì gơi dạ biết biết nó off cả where the yellow wind.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
What a chick be nude and the boys be worse than a bee. So let be. I wanna ride in my Guam bombs, roll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bombs, roll all around, rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down, zero down, zero down, zero down. B-A-O-T-O-M-A-N-U-A, let's go. I'm 11 and over giving them hits while we blow. Each and every track we dropping by my clock. Let it blow, blow it till it blow the city, burn it till it burn it down. I'm feeling a rhythmic, won't stand up, I live by the pound. So hold me down, hold me down, cause the that me smoking keep me lifted off the ground. We have killers coming after us, they come from all around. With the new expansion to this group, instead we're broken down. I'm a living while I'm living in Samoa, I will pray. Only there I know may come true. Every day, oh Pumanu, Apango, Pango, listen, I return. So bring us that day back. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down.
I'm a last minute member, I'm being introduced. When you're vibing off the rhythms, it is me you should accuse. You show me funny faces, thought I was a joke, but now I'm jamming with my boys, Ben Woodson and Otto. Don't really care, don't really know, cause now I'm showing all the people that we got the flow.
I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down.
Respect now, be Bob on the mic, respect now. Last night I got it right, spinning and rhyming, making it bigger, then now here I come. Be Rob on the mic, about to tear it down. Lots of love to the boys in the hood and most them girls I see. Give me numbers, pretty girls, if you know what I mean. Living life in the north side, you know that's how we roll. Test us, we stay burning like whoa, 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 whoa. Be Rob on the mic every day. Be Rob, Jack come down and save me. Be Rob, fellas hold on your ladies. Be Rob, a diagram a crazy.
I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to zero down. Make up from zero down. Zero down, zero down, zero down. I wanna ride in my Guam bomb, stroll all around. Rolling up from the Lido and back to
Oh, Sinya, uli di sombranza temak e zuita saluda antes di niga Razzaus and malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera ko Esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi Samoru purita nota kantai matu nyagi todu ilugat para ionra
para y gloria, viva isla sin parar. Para y honra, para y gloria, viva isla sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition. Con trai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon. Con trai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon.
Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason.
Good morning, and good morning to Lindenhurst, Illinois.
Yeah, I saw that. Wow.
Mayor Belcher. I believe that Mayor is related to former JFK star basketball player Billy Belcher. I believe.
Yeah, good guess.
Hello to Lindenhurst. By the way, Haddonfield, Illinois does not exist. The town in Halloween.
Okay.
That's completely fictional.
Thank you for that, Jay. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Hafa from Alaska. Facebook Live's checking in this morning. Coming in.
Wait, we got to. Hello, Alaska. Way up there.
Facebook Live coming in hot this morning. Yep.
I think there's a lot of Chamorros in Alaska.
Yeah, there are. Because you get paid to live there. They pay you like $1,000 or something.
Really
they
good
do.
military base.
Right, right, Bree?
I don't know.
Yeah, they should do that here on Guam. We should each get $500 just to live here. It's awesome. Because it's so awesome. Good morning. It's 6:20, Thursday, September 16th.
Good morning to Bree, probably someone related to you and I. John and Mira Salas says, good morning from Rhode Island.
Good morning.
My sister.
Yes, John's my first cousin.
Oh, very nice. Okay, very cool. And my sister actually went to college in Rhode Island, right outside Providence.
Right. Good morning, Vanessa Barcinas. Good morning to all. Yeah, so Rhode Island, Illinois, Alaska, checking in this morning. Who else we got here? Joe Paz Jock, good morning. Josie Faji, Hafa Day, beautiful people of Guam. My deepest sincere respect to each and every one. Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning, Nan. Be safe. Keena McLaughlin, Vancouver, Washington, also in the house. A little more in our neck of the jungle. Bev Tess J. Solis, Hafa Day from Today's Road, Chalanpagu, Today's Road. Angel P. Quintanilla Castro, good morning. Linda Titano Regis on our anthems here in the beginning. Still the best rendition is by Uncle Toad. Amazing. Good morning, Dwayne Santos. The suspense, though. What's new today? Is anything new today, Bree? You never know. Right on.
I wish there was something new, like the cases are going down, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Well, we're going to talk about it coming up. We're also giving you a chance this morning to win $500. Just like that. Boom. Easy. It's going to be fun.
It was fun giving it out, you know.
Yeah, it's really
yesterday.
Cool. And then we started, people started picking up their checks. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so...
Congratulations.
It's so easy to win. All you got to do is listen to the show. It's not that bad, is it, guys? Just stick with us. We'll give you a little heads up when we're going to do it. All you do is answer a voice trivia question, and then if you get that right, sing us a little something, you know? Sing your favorite song. Go for it, though. The 3 days, we've had people sing Happy Birthday twice.
And you are my sunshine.
And You Are My Sunshine. You Are My Sunshine, of course. Can't go wrong with that. Love that one. A lot of Monomco love that song. Mm-hmm. But, go for it. Let's hear some Whitney. I mean, go for it. Do some Mariah Carey. 6:23 morning. We're going on KUAM TV at 8. Here's who's coming on the show, guys. We got Dave Della Sola, Labor Director. We're also doing a Marble Cave update with Guam EPA and Attorney Mike Phillips, who, of course, is leading the lawsuit against Samsung and Kepco, right? Former Governor Carl Gutierrez, GVB president, also coming in this morning. He's going to juggle coming on the show and getting tested for COVID, so we might get him from the clinic. Put out the ask also for Gora's Ray Tapasnia to come on, so we'll see if he can spare us a little time this morning. UOG Press, they got a new, I want to say it's kind of erotica, Bree. It's a book of poetry. There's a new book out here from the UOG Press.
Why would you say erotica?
It's not necessarily erotica, but it's romantic poems. And then there's also some stuff in there about suicide awareness and prevention. It's a new book called Dry Nights. The author, Pep Borja, coming on with Victoria Leon Guerrero from the UOG Press. They're doing a lot of great releases. This one's pretty cool. Sent you a copy, so maybe thumb through it in between breaks.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, last night. On the WhatsApp. You got the WhatsApp?
Yes, I did.
I know your messages are flooded in it, though. Yeah, great interview with Chima Mbakwam yesterday out of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. He was kind of getting mad. Right? That was interesting. We asked him, hey, just from like a public health standpoint, do you think any restrictions would work better? That's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to do better. That's all. I don't know. This is not acceptable to me. It looks like it's acceptable to our leaders, but I don't think it is acceptable to have this many people dying, this many people positive for COVID, this many people in the ICU, this many people in the hospital. It's not, I don't know. I'm not comfortable with it. I don't think a lot of people are, but we're not seeing any action that we're used to maybe from Adelup. So we asked Chima, how can we do better? What restrictions do you think would work? And he said, I don't know. What restrictions do you think would work? He did the old flip it back on you, I'm rubber, you're glue. Which was, I don't know, I felt a little uncalled for. But the problem is, I'll just be honest with you guys, is no one wants to speak out against what the governor is doing and that's how it is, right? There's always politics. But never before, I think, have we been at this place where this public health emergency is occurring, and the politics, I feel like it's getting in the way. We saw with Dr. Hawaiian, right? He was an advisor. He said there's political interference. I quit. And so when we asked Chima yesterday, just strictly from a scientific place, would it make sense to put in more restrictions? Maybe people are saying lockdown, right? And the first thing he said was, you have to consider the economy. And I said, we're not talking about the economy. We're just talking about what can we do to drop the number of positive cases and then reduce the hospitalizations. Because, if people get sick and everyone wants to stay home to be safe, there's already going to be no economy. So anyway, he couldn't really answer, and he flipped it back on us. And that was that. It's 6:27, but I'm just starting to think, I was thinking last night, Bree, I think this is just the plan. It kind of seems like this is just the plan, to
just let it run its course through the community.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if they're not saying it's not the plan, I don't know what to think. So I'm guessing that this is acceptable to the governor and the lieutenant governor and the public health. It's acceptable to let people line up for hours to get tested after you tell them to go get tested. It's acceptable to put it on the people of Guam when they're positive to go and call everyone that they come into contact with so then they could go line up for hours to get tested. It's acceptable that all these people keep dying. And I feel like they believe it's acceptable because they're unvaccinated. And so it's okay. We're just going to, let this virus run through, let all the unvaccinated people die off, and then we're good? It's just, obviously you guys know it's frustrating, but I was just really racking my brain, like, why wouldn't they come out and because it's obviously not working, these measures that she put in where, the unvaccinated can't go out to eat dinner or whatever. But it's not working because we're still getting the high number of positives. We're still seeing the hospitalizations. The treatment that they've really championed has stumbled in its implementation because of these shipping issues. We're just a few days away from being able to start the booster shot, so there's a lot going on. And when Bree and I were talking yesterday, I mean, obviously you felt the frustration out there, which we're kind of like a mirror of what's going on in the community. I mean, what you guys feel, I feel like we're feeling it too. And I think that that's just it. It's the plan is to just, what did the governor say? She wants to have some sense of normalcy as well. So I guess this is normal. The new normal, it is. Because I don't know any other reason why they wouldn't try something that, I don't know, they try something that works. So just be safe, guys. Do your part. Hi, Jay.
Oh, and again, I hear people starting to say, like in comments, especially on Twitter, what we've been saying the past couple of days. The governor doesn't need to declare a lockdown for you just to stay home.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're seeing more and more people do that now.
And maybe that's why she hasn't done anything. And I mean, lockdown, that's like the extreme end, right? That's the extreme end. And a lot of people kind of just jump right to lockdown because it's so bad out here.
But I also feel bad for the kids, especially for young people who kind of like gauge their perception of the world through the lens of social media, which is what most people do these days. And they're like, I see my friends in the States, and I follow these social media influencers, or I follow certain content channels and everything, and everybody's just doing what they're doing. They're having these big concerts, people walking around like without masks. We're in a different position, guys. I mean, yeah, it's not a great deal, but that's where we are. Yeah.
Oh, can you pop up that graphic here that Dr. Hoa had sent over? I believe this is from the New York Times. But there were some new rankings out, cases per 100,000. You saw that, Bree?
Did you send it to me?
Yeah, I did. On the WhatsApp. Oh, yeah, Jay's got it here.
Yeah, wait. Stretch for a little bit because
I
want to make sure this is clear.
Yeah, so we did have some comments here. Maybe the governor is doing, Anicia comments in, it seems like the governor is doing this so everyone can get vaccinated. Well, definitely the vaccination effort continues to move on. Everyone here is awake. Nor comments in. Everyone here is awake. We need Adelup to wake up. I think they're pressing the snooze bar over there. Matcha comments in. It's acceptable for Adelup as long as the health workers and those detailed to help conduct COVID testing, vaccination, and take in COVID patients are doing the work, although they're tired. No compassion for them. And that's the thing. I kind of feel like we're just putting it all on our frontliners, right? And it kind of seems like they need a break. And so whatever type of measures that they would put in place to stem the flow of positive cases, that would be their break. Because right now it seems like we're okay with just loading up the hospital and the ICU ward. Rosanna comments, my doctor said it today. She wishes they weren't forcing people to get vaccinated. People are going to be stubborn and not do it because they're getting forced. If it was optional, they could probably get more people vaccinated.
All right, here we go.
All right. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this chart is looking at average daily cases. So the columns are average daily cases. Guam is the second from the top. Obviously, 183 per day averaged per 100,000. That's 108 cases. Our 14-day change is only behind Montana, which is 58%, and West Virginia, which is 45%. But Guam is like third on this list.
Well, we're first because it's the United States we're under the United States, so we're first in the U.S. We're first in something, but nothing good. Not good.
Okay, yeah. First in number of cases per 100,000 residents.
Yeah. 633. So there you go. That's
And you saw what Dr. Lombard had in his like the slides he had like the other day. Was it top 3, top 2, only behind Tennessee, and Tennessee is getting hammered. So if you want to put it into perspective, as much as
I think that they suspended face-to-face learning in a few states already, and Tennessee, I want to say, is one of them. I thought I saw.
Yeah, as rough as our friends in the volunteer state have it, guys, we're right behind there.
And that was another thing that was really interesting to me, as we had Superintendent John Fernandez on yesterday, and we asked him because I feel like that's the big question that a lot of parents have is when they resume face-to-face instruction, will parents be given the option to keep their kids online? Because right now everyone's doing online. And John said the answer's the same as last week. No. And it was like a hard no, right, Bree? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a hard no. Which I totally disagree with that. I'm sorry. I just feel like we're not talking about, 30 cases here. We're talking about hundreds of cases, right? And I mean, I just pray that with the cohorts in place that, it's more manageable at the school level. But, to just say that, just deal with it. I mean, that's what basically they're saying. Oh, sorry, not sorry, just deal with it. It forces parents to put a lot of trust into the school system. right, into the school system where we're continuing to see employees in the school system testing positive. My kids go to DL Paris. They're getting some positives up there, right? And so I think it's reasonable for parents to worry, to be concerned, because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're entrusting our kids to other human beings, right? And the spread is just so rampant. Basically, to me, it's like nothing changed since they suspended the face-to-face learning. It's gotten worse, right? And so while we're talking about this return to face-to-face, I just feel like you should have a choice. If you don't feel safe, you should be able to teach your kids online, and they should be the ones to figure it out. You know what I mean? And I wonder if there was a poll done, like how many parents would want that option, because it just seems like they're not going to entertain it at all. And so I have my two little ones. They go to DLP. Then my oldest young gun, because my older two, they're out of school already. He goes to FBLG, but he's online. And we registered him online since before the school year. But knowing little kids and how they act, like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable sending the kids back to face-to-face, but it looks like the Department of Education is not going to give me or you, if you feel the same way, that option. And I'm not like a paranoid, crazy person. I just don't feel safe, because when I look around and I see in the States that we're seeing these pediatric hospitalizations, when I hear not random people, when I hear doctors come on this show and talk about how we're seeing a spike in positive cases with children, right? Dr. Came on. We're putting out stories how to monitor your kid when they get COVID. So to me, it's just a little hot right now. And I'm not saying they're going to start face-to-face tomorrow, but I feel like moving forward, there should be some type of understanding. And it's logistically, and that's what John Fernandez had said. He said, oh, well, the teachers if we return to face-to-face, the teachers who would do online are going to be teaching face-to-face. So what are we going to do? And I get it. I do. But I just feel like parents who are worried, are concerned, they're not being unreasonable. Anybody would be concerned about this. I feel like anybody would, right? I mean, aren't you guys concerned about sending your kids back to school? Of course you are. Do they need to go back to face-to-face? Yeah, totally. And that's the thing about living in this pandemic is, we have to leverage what we want to do with what we can do and what we should do. Because everybody wants the kids to go back to school. Totally. Right. We get it. Face-to-face education. It's so important.
But John even said yesterday when he came on, he's like, what we're trying to do is come up with a risk mitigation strategy to make sure that if we send everybody, back in some form or fashion, we don't wind up being back, 6 days later. And we're like, okay, shut it down again because, here we go, round 3. And that's tough, man.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, it is tough.
We reported the other day, was it Isaiah, 28,000 of students across DOE, and that's not even counting faculty, administrators, support staff.
Yeah. I mean, that's the largest employer in the government of Guam is the Department of Education. And I just got to go back to why the governor canceled face-to-face, why she temporarily suspended face-to-face education was because she said with the rising number of cases in this surge, that it was only a matter of time before it spilled over in the schools. And I think for parents, a lot of parents maybe wonder about how there's this idea that, it's not an idea. There's no evidence that it's spreading at the schools, right? But the governor said it would only be a matter of time. And in the 3 weeks that we've suspended face-to-face learning, absolutely nothing has improved. So that's where we're at. It's 6:39.
Sorry, if I may.
Yes, you may, Jay. Hi.
Well, you were talking about your own children and everything like that. Do you mind if I ask how your eldest, right?
Yeah.
You said Samantha was not feeling well like the other day. Is Sam doing better?
Yeah,
now?
she's doing good.
Oh, good.
We did a curbside.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, and she texted me, why did I tell the whole island she's not feeling good? Sorry.
Hey, but you know what, Sam, we love you, and we're really glad you're doing better. So shout out Sam.
Yeah.
And Andrew.
Right.
Both of them doing better.
Yes? Yeah.
Both of them doing
better. They are.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
No, we did a curbside, so I cooked her food and she picked it up. So there
Very
you go.
nice.
6:40. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Brought to you by Pacific Points. It's our first look at news. And the show, by the way, is also brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Who's coming up? Dave Delasola, Labor Director, 7 o'clock. We'll get an update on job training programs. Of course, PUA has run out. We are getting some concerns, though, about people who said they had a balance left over and they're not able to get to it. So we're going to ask Dave about it. At 6:40 right now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. With your first look at news this morning, good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off today, everybody. Guam recorded its 171st COVID-related fatality. It occurred yesterday just after 12:30 in the afternoon at GRMC. The patient was a 65-year-old woman, unvaccinated, with multiple underlying health conditions. 73 people are hospitalized for COVID-19, 13 receiving ICU level of care, 3 are on ventilators. Out of the 73, 42 are unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 13 patients is unknown. 1 is ineligible to receive the shot, and 17 are vaccinated. Public Health, meanwhile, reports Guam recorded 202 new cases of COVID out of 1,567 tests performed on the 14th. 30 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 12,974 officially reported cases of the virus, with 171 deaths. 2,161 cases are in active isolation, and 10,642 have recovered. The CAR score is now 38.2. As for vaccinations, a total of 114,015 individuals, that's 83.6% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. Now, you can get vaccinated at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. today. Additionally, free COVID testing continues at the Old Teason Carnival Grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. A top federal official from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is on island, according to Chief Public Health Officer Chima Mbakwem. The health administrator for Region 9 is here to help Guam with its COVID response. Additionally, they brought a subject matter expert for Regencove. Mbakwem adds shipment issues involving Regencove have been addressed. As reported, GMH received 168 vials over the weekend, but 144 were deemed unusable because of temperature control problems. This was not the fault of the local government, but issues with the shipper. While HHS may be on Guam, the 5-member team from the Federal Emergency Management Agency hasn't arrived yet. Public Health initially got word that FEMA would be here on Monday, but was later informed they would be here next Friday. FEMA Public Affairs Specialist Frank Mansell says the delay was based on the technical reviews that needed to be completed first. The team will help with the administration of the monoclonal antibody treatments at the Mangilao Senior Center. Mansell said FEMA also received a request for up to 15 registered nurses. The mission assignment was issued to the Defense Department, and the RNs should be arriving within 2 weeks. With more news, here's Nestor Lecanto.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hawaiian, good morning, everyone. I've got more headlines for you here on the link. The COVID pandemic is giving rise to a new brand of criminal activity. In an exclusive interview with KUAM, the head of the FBI's Honolulu office, which also oversees Guam, the CNMI, and American Samoa, explains how the bad guys are exploiting a virus-fearful public.
Special Agent in Charge Stephen Merrill is a 30-year veteran of the FBI, appointed to head the regional office in June.
The pandemic has changed the world. Everybody knows that. And one of the ways it's changed in the criminal realm is that it's provided opportunities for criminals to use the COVID environment to offer new scams and new schemes to defraud.
He says one of those ways is through telemedicine. For example, dubious health experts trying to exploit people online with purported COVID cures.
We had seen from the outset of COVID that people were offering fraudulent schemes to give vaccines, to give testing. And again, any opportunity you have where you need to see a doctor, you should do that in person when possible, but do it with a trusted doctor, someone who's well known to you and your family.
Like the snake oil salesmen of old, these new digital scammers are after one thing: money, and lots of it.
It is such a big business, such a big part of our economy, the healthcare industry. There's just so much money, whether it be personal funds or through government programs like Medicare and Medicaid, that the criminals don't need to make that much money off of one person, but if they could spread the scheme around to a number of victims, which is generally what happens, they can really make a lot of money.
The bottom line is, buyer beware.
In regional news, CNMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios testified at a committee meeting as legislators probe alleged misuse of funds and corruption by Governor Ralph Torres. Our Tomas Maglonia reports.
I never thought that when I took oath of office, the oath of office as the lieutenant governor, that I would find myself in this position, having to respond to a subpoena to appear before this committee.
The lieutenant governor choosing to testify without counsel in the months-long probe by legislators into Governor Ralph Torres' alleged misuse of funds and corruption.
The matters before this committee are public matters, not private matters. And that is all we seek is the truth from you.
The committee is probing into the spending, reimbursements, first-class travel, and use of security detail by Governor Torres and First Lady Diane Torres. They've questioned police officers and personnel in recent months who've often said they do not recall events outlined by the committee based on documents that paint a clearer picture, one that Palacios recalls.
When you did become aware that he was traveling first class at government expense, you did raise the issue.
I did raise that a couple of times.
Do you remember when?
Like I said, early on in our tenure.
The records show that Governor Torres claimed reimbursements for a car battery for a personal vehicle that was shortly sold thereafter to a private citizen. Would you consider this to be a legitimate public purpose expense?
No.
Under the same branch of government, it's as if Torres and Palacios served in different administrations.
Do you get the same treatment as Governor Torres by DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero, wherein the DPS commissioner will meet the governor on the tarmac as soon as he steps off a plane and escorts him out a chain link fence without even having to go through the secured area to clear customs and quarantine? Do you get the same treatment as Governor Torres by DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero?
No, I don't.
Fair enough.
And I refuse.
Okay.
Somebody had made that recommendation early on in our tenure, and I said no.
The records reviewed also show that Governor Torres utilized DPS boating safety resources, including search and rescue boats, multiple boating safety officers, thousands of gallons of government-funded fuel on more than 85 boating trips, totaling hundreds of hours between March 2017 and July 2020. These include trips to Rota, Tinian, Guam, Managaha, Goat Island, and the Northern Islands. Many of these vessel usage reports indicate no particular destination, but we do know from the testimonies we've heard so far that some of the governor's boating trips were for recreational fishing in open water. Some of the trips appear to be sunset cruises or happy hour trips to Managaha with the First Lady and other individuals. In your view, Lieutenant Governor, are these improper uses of government resources, police officers, police boats, government fuel, and other publicly funded supplies?
On the face of it, yes.
In a press briefing last week, Governor Torres told KUAM that there's still confidence between the two under his administration. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
The committee plans to continue the hearing with more witnesses in the coming months. Palacios has also considered a run for governor in the next election. And Guam EPA may finally be getting a permanent headquarters. The proposed site is in a prime location in Dededo, an expansive more than 9-acre lot near Marine Drive. Here's more.
Guam EPA Administrator Walter Leon Guerrero admits setting aside that kind of property for a government office may raise some eyebrows. But wait.
Some people will say, wow, that's a lot of property for the Guam EPA. Well, maybe it's not known, and it is in the bill, that this is known contaminated property.
The site housed the former Dededo Solid Waste Transfer Station and a scrap metal yard, which handled lots of toxic materials. But that's precisely why GIPA chose it. The agency that's the watchdog over contaminated sites wants to put its money where its mouth is. Actually, it's the U.S. EPA's money. Deputy Administrator Michelle Lastimosa says they've applied for a $4.5 million federal grant under what's called the Brownfield Program to rehabilitate the property.
They did a preliminary study. They took samples and identified some heavy metals on the property. So we know that there's contamination on the property. We know that there's still a lot of work ahead of us. But again, Brownfield's money cannot be used unless the property belongs to, belongs to the entity that's requesting for the assessment.
However, the Dededo Municipal Planning Council has raised an objection. It wants to reopen a solid waste transfer station in the village to help curb the illegal dumping problem. But GSWA General Manager Larry Gass said that's not a good idea.
The transfer stations are by far the most labor-intensive and costly way that we handle waste.
The bill by Senator Sabina Perez would transfer the title of the property to GIPA from the current owner, the Department of Public Works.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Prime Time. Back to you, Bree.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Thanks, Nestor. The deadline is passed to file for the All Rise program. Reventac stopped accepting online and manual applications as of 5 p.m. Wednesday. As of Tuesday, though, a total of 35,632 applications were received, 26,885 were filed online, and 8,747 were filed manually. DRT is processing on a first-in, first-out basis. The first batch of approved applicants began receiving payments Monday, but no word on how many new batches have been forwarded to DOA. Also, Reventac still needs to calculate what the total payout is. The All Rise program has a cap of $30 million, but the governor has said she would find the money if there was a shortfall. The Mayor's Council of Guam has been on the front line, along with nurses and doctors, among others, since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, but will no longer be receiving their hard-earned COVID-19 response differential pay due to a lack of funding.
The Mayor's Council of Guam has been on the front line along with nurses and doctors, among others, since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, but will no longer be receiving their hard-earned COVID-19 response differential pay because no more funds, according to MCOG Vice President and Sinahanya Mayor Robert Hoffman. PD Mayor Jesse Alec, who is also the MCOG President, also confirmed that they will not be receiving the additional pay of what is owed to them, at least for now.
Have you guys been notified that you guys aren't going to be paid any more COVID differential pay?
Yes. Since the coronavirus has hit our island shores in March of last year, mayors and staff have been on the front lines distributing TFAB food commodities, senior citizen meals, a Guam Department of Education grab-and-go school meals, along with their long list of normal duties like traffic control, funeral escorts, and village maintenance. Alex shared that he was upset about his staff not receiving the additional funds of what's earned.
I said, you know what? You just gotta laugh sometimes because we're all okay, you know, we're alive. But you're right. I mean, our coworkers, they work so hard. I mean, they really do. For all the crazy things people say about them and for all the crazy things we make them do, you know, they do deserve that differential pay. Especially, I mean, you know, they've never stopped working. We said it time and time again on the show. They've never stopped working. They continue to work just like everybody else. So, you know, they're not any different from anyone else that's working in the front lines. And so I laugh about it, not because I think it's funny, but, you know, what else can I do? I mean, if I had the millions in my pocket, I'd give it because I know that they deserve it and that they've earned it.
Alec noted that the body has yet to receive federal funding from the American Rescue Plan.
Well, we don't have any money in the Mayor's Council of Guam from ARP, so I can say no on our end. Whether it was transferred.
Mm-hmm. So no local funds, as far as you're aware, has been used to pay for the COVID differential pay for the Mayor's Council of Guam employees?
No.
However, Alex said that he was assured that they would get paid as soon as they could identify a source of local funds. He said that they can't pay for it because they're already short for this fiscal year. As we reported, the MCOG is facing a $2.8 million budget shortfall for this fiscal year, which is expected to conclude by the end of September. It's been 2 weeks since the council submitted any COVID timesheets, but the MCOG will continue to fill out the timesheets until the Department of Administration accepts them. Hoffman said that as of Wednesday, DOA is behind one pay period. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Uggan.
80% of the $1 million. 80% of the $1 million.
Thanks, Isaiah. The procurement appeal of a controversial emergency purchase of golf carts by the governor's office won't be teeing off this Friday, after all, in a motion to delay. Losing a bidder, Turfco said it was notified that Chief Procurement Officer Claudia Ekfaji could be off island on leave and unavailable for at least 2 months. Turfco says her presence is crucial because only she can explain the last-minute changes which the company alleges favor winning vendor AutoSpot. The record shows that GSA changed procurement specs after working hours the day before submissions were due. It required immediate delivery of golf carts, even though the original specs said delivery in 30 days. AutoSpot was the only vendor to indicate on the original RFQ submission that it was able to deliver carts immediately. A status hearing will be held today to review the motion filed by Turfco. A retired pilot who once served in Guam from 2010 to 2013 but moved to the mainland, then was a former faculty member at the Navy War College in Newport, Rhode Island, was sentenced to serve life in prison for sexually abusing a child for years. According to Navy Times, retired Lieutenant Commander Ronald Zenga, who had been on the faculty at the Naval War College before retiring in 2017, pleaded guilty to coercion and distributing and possessing child pornography last November. He'd previously pleaded not guilty to 8 charges. An affidavit submitted by a Homeland Security Investigation special agent stated that Zenga admitted the sexual abuse began when he was in the U.S. Navy stationed in Guam. It continued until 2 weeks before agents searched his home in Middletown, Rhode Island in 2018. Zenga was assigned to Helicopter C Combat Squadron 25 here on island, again beginning in 2010. Tensions are high in the Korean Peninsula after new missile tests by both the North and the South. Tina Kraus has the latest from London.
South Korea released this video overnight, saying it successfully fired its first submarine-based missile. It's the first country without a nuclear weapon to test a missile of that type. This follows North Korea's test of a new long-range cruise missile over the weekend. Overnight, the North also fired 2 ballistic missiles, a violation of UN sanctions. The U.S. quickly condemned the North Korean launch. A State Department spokesperson called it a violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions and said it posed a threat to its neighbors and the international community. In Seoul, South Korea's president and China's foreign minister met Wednesday to discuss the situation. President Moon asked for China's support to denuclearize the Korean peninsula. North Korea has continued to develop its weapon systems after talks stalled in 2019. Tina Kraus, CBS News.
With your news and tomorrow, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos noches to get some to be tomorrow in the KUAM News. Presented ni Familian Mito, the First Hawaiian Bank. Membesitiga ni Detective Fazima Paki ginigap na ogan gi Dave's Barbershop gita dedido. Mamasangani KUM nagbahang tao humat mi lugad sa mapaki gi ipitsonya. Sigon ni spokesman ni Guam Police Department si Sergeant Paul Tapao, masusedi esti gi karsi alas 5 gita tangmak. Makoni tato para Guam Regional Medical City, ta taza tabiha report po di kondisyon niya. Taza otrosiana informasyon managwaha po esti na kausa. Otro na asunto, está nipo si deadline para fanmanfayo para di all rights na programa. The Department of Revenue and Taxation sa mamara man manaksepta aplikasyon gi alas 5 gi pupuengi gi inigap. Esta hulo gi mates 35,632 na aplikasyon sa marisibi. 26,885 sa mamafayo online. 8,747 sa mamafayo gi papit na aplikasyon. Matutuhon ni Department of Revenue and Taxation maprosesa yung aplikasyon siya gi finena na humalam, finena na humuzog na manera. Ifinena na grupon man maapreba sa sempi matutuhon marisibi sa lapi niya gi Lunes gi otra semana. Notaza informasyon ni kwanto esta manafanog to gi Department of Administration. Yung rice na programa sa mana sa ngizi 30 million pesos sa nasa lapi. Loy gobyerno anunsya na sempi sudai sa lapi. Tazangin timunahong ni estinong kantida. Yuto mo na suntok ni KUM News gi finut sa Moro. Mas talo na member ni staff Guam Memorial Hospital sa maninefekta ni COVID-19. CEO dan administrador di hospital si Lilian Posadas a confirma na 2 talo mas na empleyado sa mga mates positibo pago na semana. Numasoda na mantinat may giniguma niya. 5 sa semana 7 na empleyado sa maninefekta. Sa gidurang tinimapas na mes Agosto, kasi 16 man mates positibo. I-control na Departamento ni Guam Memorial Hospital sa makonsisigi contract tracing. Para Guam News Network, Gual Sikin Conception. Yasuto Finutsamoro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizugi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded Coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to the Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
This one's for the island girls. That double fighting like this. Now we be loving from the dark into dawning. Now I'm looking in your eyes in the morning. Then you look at me, girl, and smile. Cause you know I treat you right all the while. Nowhere else in the world I'd be. No more beautiful women I've seen. Where the sky is clear and the grass is green. Island girls, you are a man's best dream. Love the way that you move it, move it. Love the way you move it, island girl. Love the way that you do it, do it. Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They knowing all the words and the way the song goes. Party rocks and all around and they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the D.U.B. crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Yeah, love the way that you move me, move it. Oh yeah, girl, love the way you move it, island girl. Love the way that you do it tonight.
All right, we're back. 7:08, Thursday, September 16th. Let's head right into the KUAM News Zoom room with Dave Della Sola, Labor Director. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chris. Hi, Bree. How you doing?
Doing all right.
We're doing all right.
Good. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, as always.
Of course. Let's go ahead and unpack. PUA ended September 4th. So what's the status with anybody who was on the pandemic unemployment assistance?
Well, yes, you're correct. The last eligible work week was September 4th. And there's a little bit of confusion when I said October 4th was the last date that a new claimant can file a claim. And but the 4th of September is the last eligible work week. So of course, we on Tuesday we batched, and that batch came out to $7.7 million, and we'll continue to batch for the next couple months as everybody gets cleaned up. And so the big news I want to just kind of say is we're getting a lot of people coming in trying to get the last few weeks cleaned up and paid out. So I want to tell everybody that please, before you make an appointment or call for help, to upload all the necessary documents on your account, so that way when the customer service person logs into your claim, they can see and validate what you're trying to ask for and correct everything right then and there for you to be on the next batch. So please upload all your documents before you come down. And I always want to mention that the PUA on the second floor at the bell tower is open. Walk-ins most likely will come in and get an appointment, or if there is availability, you'll be seen immediately. We've had some challenges in the last couple of weeks with the positive COVID of some of our personnel, and we had to shift resources around. So we're just trying to be extra careful with trying to ensure that everybody is safe and we keep the crowds to a minimum. That way we don't end up shutting down the whole operation. So please call. It's really by appointment only, but if you come in and there's availability, you'll be seen and or given an appointment. And if you are seen, please have all your documents that you need. Be prepared, have it uploaded, and then we can take care of you as quickly as possible.
Has there been any other issues that have arisen since the PUA program ended, or the payments?
No, just that everybody is panicking kind of and trying to get in their claims fixed, especially those who haven't filed for a little while. And when work search went on in August, there was a lot of challenges that some of these claimants had trying to enter in their work searches. A lot of them think that they were exempt for one reason or another, and the guidelines were quite clear on the exemptions. So if you are self-employed, or that last week where I announced that I would give parents who had to stay home because school closed, those are pretty much the only two exemptions for the work search that are, and you would have to upload your documents, and we'd have to manually correct it. The system isn't designed to do that automatically. It's only designed to, if you have income, it will exempt you from the work search, or if you put in 3 work searches. Other than that, we have to go in and correct the problem or the issues that are on your weekly claims.
I had spoken to a friend, and they were telling me how they had received, there's like a balance for PUA in payments, but on the 4th, it just stopped, that they didn't get that remaining balance. Is that something? Is that happening?
And that's kind of confusing a lot of people. Mm-hmm. It's kind of complicated, but it's not their balance. It's kind of like, remember in the first program was a 39-week program, mm-hmm. and you can come in whenever you were laid off or shut down in your work. So if you came in at the middle of March when the first shutdown, you had a balance of 39 weeks. And if you went all the way to that 39 weeks, sometime in November, you ran out. But if you came in September, then when the program ran out, you would have had a balance left on that 39 weeks. You understand? So it's just a running balance of eligible money if you ran the whole program. it's not your money and your balance like some people claim. So especially people like on reduced hours, you're not drawing down your whole amount that you could possibly get if you were unemployed. You'd be getting a reduced amount. So that's, like I said, if you were running on a 39-week program, you would be able to see your balance and know that when you were going to run out of money. But a lot of people, most people ran up all the way through the end of December when the program ended and didn't run out of that 39-week balance. And then, with the CARES continuing assistance added another weeks through March. And then when the ARP came in, it extended it till the 4th of September. So those balances increased naturally, but that's not something that is a claimant's balance and they're due that money. I hope I explained it kind of. It's a little difficult.
So what happens now? I mean, now that the program's done as of the 4th, do you guys have to file any sort of paperwork with USDOL, any kind of reports?
Actually, the program will be going on continuously till June of next year.
Oh, I see.
When you give out $805 million plus, there's going to be a lot of audits, reconciliation reports. DOL is going to come in, and it's a lot of cleanup. We still have to do all the appeals. We still have to do all the waivers. We still have to make sure everybody's cleaned out and paid out, and the system is, completed, run our reports, get audited. So there's a lot of work that needs to finish up, and we hope that we can do that in a quick manner.
Has there been any discussions yet on a local unemployment insurance program?
The governor did mention, and I am putting out the word out there and looking into it. It's not something that happens overnight. It takes years to put together a full-blown unemployment insurance program. One of the things that I suggested to the governor is that we try to look for grants to come in and get somebody to come in, look at our workforce, look at our needs, and decide how to best design an employment program that fits the island and makes sense for the island, or if it even makes sense, because it's 100% employer paid. So that will be another burden to the employers for the employees to put in and fund the trust fund. So there's a lot of variables in doing that, and it's usually the largest department in any DOL program, and the most extensively staffed and most complicated. So it's something that you want to go into very, well planned and organized, and ensure that we look at like Virgin Islands and some of the other places that have it. What are the lessons learned? What are the things that work best, and what are the things that aren't working? So we can see whether or not we can design a program or that's scaled down to Guam's small workforce.
Yeah, I just
still sustainable.
Yeah, no, I just figured I'd ask because she was the one who mentioned it in her State of the Island address that she wanted.
So we're still looking at it, working on it, and especially as KUA starts winding down and my resources and my time become less demanding, I can start shifting over to looking at that more often, and like I said, we're working heavily on the AJC side, on American Job Center. We're of course traffic, stepping up on that, and we're doing the best we can to try to help the unemployed, align them with the jobs that we get submitted. So I'm always asking those employers that are out there, if I know you're having a hard time finding employees, I hear it all the time, please submit your jobs with us to be a part of your recruitment plan.
Dave, I know that that plan where you guys were going to subsidize the hiring of displaced workers into different industries. I know that you said that there was a delay. Is it still a delay, or have we just scrapped that thing?
It's not did I say delay? It's more of a hold.
Okay.
Right now, if you, in the last couple of weeks, GITA put out the small pandemic assistance grant.
Right.
And that grant will give monies to a lot of the businesses, and that money is a lot more flexible. So when they get this the lump sum of this money, they can use it for employment, they can use it for back rent, power, opening, whatever their needs are. So the chamber wanted that flexibility to try to get more businesses to get open and use that money also for employment. And so the governor funded that as much as she could. And now we're kind of seeing, she said, Dave, down the road, we'll see how well it works, how it does. And, if the business party Tao is still needed, we'll turn around and revisit it.
Have you been tracking what's been happening with the paramedic program over at GCC? Because from what I remember, part of the funding was coming from the Manpower Development Fund. And so there's a situation where KHEP has pulled accreditation for the Guam program.
Yeah, that was for the fire department. We do apprenticeship programs in cooperation with GCC, and they basically put together a cohort of people, and they ran them through the paramedics program, kind of like a boot camp program or a certificate. And that way, we do that. We've done that in the past with the GPD, GPA, GWA, where we help train them using the Manpower Development Fund. I'm sure if you don't remember, comes from the H2 fees, and that is designed for apprenticeship. So that money is used to help fund apprenticeship programs at GCC to make it so that it's essentially free for those clients that are doing it. So that's being a state apprentice agency. We put together apprenticeship programs for various people like them, and also private sectors like duty free. We also run the GRAP, which is the Guam Registered Apprenticeship Program, which is a very 50% tax credit for businesses. That's something that I want to try to push and get out more. I think businesses can take advantage of that and get a tax saving as they train their workforce, which a lot of them do naturally. When you hire somebody, you basically train them into becoming who they are. Like, Bree or Chris, I'm sure you doesn't get hired and then all of a sudden you're on a mic or doing the news. You had to get trained, either get some schooling, or you to become the experts that you are. That, it takes time. And we can put together a program where you would mentor these new people, train them up, and they would get 50% of their salaries through a tax credit, and your salary that when you work with them is 50% through a tax credit. And they would, at the end of the program, come up with a certificate that says that, they're, whatever they are, a news caster or whatever we have thousands of different titles that we can put together and put it into a training program where they can get that certificate. And then that way, when they, like Bree, if you go back to the States and you want to get one of those big TV stations, you have that certificate that says, you are a certified newscaster, news anchor, and, you get paid those big bucks.
But these firefighters aren't getting that national certification because the accreditation.
They will. Remember, it's an apprenticeship program. So they went through that boot camp, and that's basically kind of like a pre-apprentice. And then they go to the fire department, they start working, and they go to school and work at the same time. That's the whole thing about apprenticeship, is that you pay as you get your apprentice, as you get your certificate. And at night, you may go to GCC to attend more classes or the balance of like that. And we are doing some of them aren't apprenticeships, some of them are certificate courses where it depends on the the field that they're trying to get, and they will get a certificate of something, and then that helps get more bodies into the paramedics instead of, because it's so hard to find a trained one that's readily hired. And this way you can bring cohorts, get them in, get them trained, and have them trained up, and then in a year or two they become certified paramedics, and that's how you build your workforce.
I know. I'm just relaying what we were told by GFD when they came on last week, that because the School of EMS, the lost certification for this program, the Guam program from KHEP, the accrediting body, they're no longer going to be nationally certified paramedics, which, they thought that was going to be the end goal. That was what the governor was like, oh, we're going to have these nationally certified paramedics. But somewhere in between when it started to
we
last
did a story
week,
on it, Dave.
Yeah, and so we had a paramedic on who was kind of upset about it. Yeah.
I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Miss the link, miss a lot, Dave.
I missed that week. I must have been out working.
Right on,
Yeah.
right on. Good for you. You good?
Yeah. Well, unless there was anything else.
Yeah.
Dave?
In closing, Dave.
No, just that you remember October 4th is the last for new claimants to file. We're probably looking at the end of October that when we're going to shut down the online applications of filings. So again, the moral of the story is get your docs together, upload them, and do all the weeks that you can, and then come see us if you need help and get an appointment. We are, now that we're shifting towards just fixing people's claims, we can shift more people into it. Now that we're not having to do all the batching and doing all that stuff and preparing for new weeks to come in, all we're going to do is when we hit a new claimant, or when we hit a claimant that has a problem, once we fix them, we don't have to see them again because the weeks are completed. So we should be able to move fairly rapidly to clean everybody up and get everybody paid on, and we will continue to batch every 2 weeks. And as we move on, and yes, please come and see us if you have a problem. Upload those documents.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you again soon. You be safe.
You too. 7:27. Let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll continue the show next. Don't forget your chance to win big money this morning. How much money, Jason? How much money?
$500.
500?
Not 100.
No.
Not 200.
No, not even 200.
Not
300?
even 300.
No way. 400. We're giving away.
Got to keep going.
450.
Keep going.
451.
You got to coordinate.
452.
No.
475.
Keep going up.
480.
You're close.
481.
Keep going.
Okay. 499.
Now you could do the thing like where you do the Price is Right thing. You can add $1.
Add $1. Yeah, so before
$500.
Yep, that's it. It's so easy, Jay.
That's
so
a car
easy.
payment. That's rent for some people.
That could just be extra money if you got your kid's PEBT card. Your food expenses are covered. You get $500 cash just like that.
Yeah. If you want to be charitable, you can help your neighbor. Fine. We had a wonderful interview yesterday about the Be Heartfelt project, and they're trying to outfit needy kids in our community who need shoes. So if you would like to buy, you can go to any number of department stores here and get a bunch of shoes for like $500 if you want to help people.
I know we got a break coming up, but let's go to the phones here. I believe we have ma'am. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Are you the same lady who called the other day? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, ma'am. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. How can we help you?
Well, I did go to my children at the RNC to make you get outside.
Ma'am, I'm having a really hard time hearing. Can you hear?
You're really distorted, man.
Sonora.
Where are you at?
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Where are you?
I'm at home during my quarantine. I was the one that called in
Yes.
about my breathing.
Right. And you went to the hospital or the clinic?
Yes, I did. Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
But they said that it was okay. I was sitting outside. They just checked my vital signs. Doctor came out, listened to my lungs, and asked me what was my problem. I told her my problem. I'm having a hard time breathing. I asked her if it was just an anxiety or what. So they gave me sleeping pill, and they gave me for acid reflux, but I'm having a hard time breathing. Usually they should be giving me something like pump or something like that, antibiotics, but I guess not. So they sent me home.
Which?
So I thought I went to the hospital for a breathing problem, and they didn't even make me go inside the hospital, and they just made me sit outside.
At GRMC?
Yes. Then my daughter went the next day to GRMC because she has the COVID, and she has a hard time breathing. She sat outside the whole time. She took an X-ray. They told her she has slight pneumonia. Here, take this, go home. But she has a slight pneumonia. So I'm trying to understand, what are we going to the hospital for? To get help? That's why people may be last minute coming back in. Maybe that's why people are dying, is because they've been there. Send them home. That be the cause of it? That people are dying and they say last minute upon arrival, they passed maybe because they already went to the hospital, and this is what they told them to do because they're over capacity of their hospital. So to understand the governor, is it our job, us people? Is it our job to take care of ourselves? Because they're announcing it on the radio. Go to the hospital, go to the hospital, go to the hospital. A lot of them, when we meet up here with each other at the hospital, they're like, I've been here before. But they send me back home. I'm back here again. I haven't even been into the hospital. That's why I said when I went to the hospital, I'm sitting outside the hospital. I never entered the hospital. And I hope they don't charge me an arm and a leg for something I did not even touch. Did not give me X-ray. They did not give me nothing to check my chest to see if I had pneumonia. It's only because they were listening to it, and that's what they say. And I told them I'm asthmatic. So I came back home. So what I have to do, instead of me, I went and I took more medicine to help me. Because I don't think the doctors out there are trying to help the people anymore. Because if this thing is still opening and people are still flying in, and this governor doesn't realize this, I'm telling you, it's going to hurt a lot of people. It's hurting them already. Even just like the school. We have high school, middle school, we got elementary. They want the school to go back. We know about elementary. They cannot. They're hard for distance. We know about middle school, how radical they can be. High school. The middle school and high school, no. But why is it that we cannot just, you see how we're doing it, how they do Zoom, like senators and everybody else does Zoom? Why can't they do that with the students for the time being? Like a regular school. Come on Zoom. Okay, today class, open your textbooks. there's a board for you as a teacher.
Yeah, ma'am, that's what they're doing now, the online learning.
I hope they're doing this, because from what I'm hearing, they open the school next week. It hurts to see what's going on, and I stay home, but I caught the COVID because I have workers that go to work, and that's where I think I caught this, is that my daughter's the frontliners too that works at a grocery store, and yet they don't get, these people that work for the grocery store, they don't get compensated for anything. They're not quote frontliners for the governor.
They are,
Yes,
actually,
the-
ma'am, there's federal money that came out from the ARP that allows for the governor to give premium pay to frontline workers, to include nurses, doctors, and grocery store workers.
Oh, the grocery store, my daughter still hasn't gotten anything.
Yes, the governor is sitting on the money now, but she can use it for that purpose, to give premium pay to people who work during the pandemic.
I hope so, because right now, as she's being quarantined, she's not getting paid at all.
Right.
And she went to the hospital. She don't even have insurance. But I told her, I don't care if you don't have insurance. You go take yourself to the hospital, because your life is more important than that bill that's going to come out. Me, these are my kids that are sick, and it's really, I can't even really help them, because I'm supposed to be quarantining myself. That's what I was going to ask the governor. Hey, Governor, let me ask a question. Since we're all COVID-19, is it okay if we can party with each other to keep our mind insane? That's the least we can do. Because every time we decide that we're going to go to the hospital, they return us back home. It drives a person knowing that we're not getting the right help. So what do? We knock on each other's door and say, hey, what help do you need? Are you breathing okay? What is your symptoms? Maybe I can help you.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. I have a son that's blind. I have a daughter that's heart murmur. I have a husband that's high blood, and we're all quarantined. I'm asthmatic, but what do I do to them every single day? We come out and we talk to each other and let them everything's going to be okay. So I wanted to find out from her, is it okay if I just have a birthday?
No, you're supposed to stay home, ma'am. If you're sick, stay home.
No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm talking about having a birthday in my own house. With just us quarantined. I'm not going nowhere, because I'd rather be safe than to use the other people this sickness, because it's not fun. This sickness is real. I will not go out there and what do you call it, jeopardize other people's lives. No, that's not me. But for me and my family, that if there's a birthday, can I have a birthday here at my own house? Because, maybe it can keep us going. This is life. Life goes on. Even if we can't taste, at least we can do something. Then for people to have anxiety, to have a hard time breathing, because maybe it could be from that. Maybe that's why people are dying, is because it's not because they couldn't breathe. Is that they were going through anxiety, that nobody was there to understand that. The doctors are not really looking at it. It's not because I had it and I thought I couldn't breathe because of my lungs. But it wasn't about my lungs. It was about my anxiety that it took over, because seeing your family members go through this sickness and you can't help them. You can't help them because you don't know what to do. That's why things are happening like this, because of anxiety. Anxiety is very high. So when you have anxiety, whoever's sick out there, beat it. because it will bring you down. Because it almost brought me down. But I said no. No.
Not today, anxiety. Not today.
This is not going to kill me. No way.
Well,
I have a
ma'am,
family.
continue to monitor your symptoms, okay? And we definitely thank you for reaching out. And, you know, Bree, it's so easy for a lot of people to forget when we when we do these stories and we're like, hey, if you're having trouble breathing, you know, hey, call your doctor. I mean, we're a poor island. There's so many people who don't have health insurance. They don't even have a doctor. And they're left to navigate this whole mess all by themselves, right? And we spoke to this lady before. And, I mean, when you turn positive, who tells people like that, the uninsured, what to do? Because it sounds like she's totally lost. She doesn't know what to do. Where's public health? Don't they call you and say, hey, do this, do that, this is what you do? Get a pulse oximeter?
She said she went to the hospital and she sat outside and then they gave her sleeping pills.
Yeah. But her daughter is also positive and she has, I guess, issues with the lungs. Yeah. God, guys.
And the woman has asthma.
Yeah, she has asthma. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not a doctor, but
I'm not a doctor
just
either.
like sleeping pills. That's interesting.
Yeah. 7:41. Let's take a quick break, and we'll switch gears a little bit and come back with Nick Lee from Guam EPA next, right here on the link. Good
The
morning.
relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded Coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Hey, good morning, 747. Thoughts and prayers going out to the people of Guam. Be safe. 747. The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Jack in the Box. It's Thursday, September 16th. Coming up on the show, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. Where are we with the tourism? Yeah, what's the plan? So we'll get him on, talk about that. At 9:30, we got Jay and the UOG Press. There's a new book out, Jay, Dry Nights. Let me send you a copy. You want to thumb through it? It's really good stuff.
I was looking at it last night. You put the advanced screener, as it were, the PDF in our chat. Really, really good. These are the words and images from Pep Borja. So Pep himself is gonna come on Zoom later on this morning, and share his thoughts and his perception of the world, which is quite beautiful, I must say. Very inspiring stuff.
Yeah, and that's coming up at 9:30. Right now, though, let's go in with Guam EPA, Nick Lee. He's the PIO for Guam EPA. Thanks for joining us, Nick.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Should we start with Guam EPA?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, Nick, I noticed on Guam EPA's website that Samsung had filed a notice of appeal to the notice of violation.
That's correct. And so they want to prepare a new matter in their defense. So it is on the agency to acquire an administrative hearing officer so that the violator can present their new matter to the board. So that's going to be conducted in a public setting. Once we secure that administrative hearing officer, we'll put those details out as well. We have to give the public notice on when that's going to happen. So the public is going to be able to, listen in on and watch the proceedings.
What does that mean exactly? New matter?
Well, you have that option as part of your due process when you're served a notice of violation. That's really something that the violator is going to have to answer to. The agency conducted its inspections based on the complaints from property owners in that area. It was determined that the construction work was not done in a manner that was consistent with the permit approvals or their erosion control plan. And so if there's going to be something different that they're going to present, they do have that right to appeal that with the board. So we really don't know what they're going to present. I'm not going to be able to speak on what they intend to present to the board. We feel that we've got a strong case here. There have to be something extraordinarily compelling to have the board rule in that in their favor of appealing the notice. So still a lot of debate, still a lot of discussion that has to take place. This is part of that process, and we're going to see it through to the end.
Can you go over the NOV again, and then what action was levied against KEPCO?
Sure. So there was an inspection that the Guam EPA performed on July 23rd. This was based on complaints from property owners within the Marble area where the solar farm sits. The violations are based on permit requirements in accordance to the Guam Erosion Control and Sediment Act. And so those all have to do with water quality standards as well. The administrative penalty order that was attached to the notice of violation is in the amount of $125,000. That is the statutory limit that the agency can impose on the violator for that type of infraction. In addition to that, U.S. EPA officials out of Region 9 were notified. And I do want to say that there was an inspection that took place on August 23rd. According to Region 9, their report should be available sometime in October. And so once that's made available to us, that will ultimately end up in our website, and we can sit down and talk about those findings as well. A decision as to whether or not Region 9 will be taking any enforcement action isn't going to come quick, and so that's something that I want the public to be aware of. So, that's within their wheelhouse. The inspection was done based on stormwater requirements under their National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, and so whatever findings that are going to be in the report will ultimately lead to their decision to take any enforcement action. But that's something that Region 9 will put out on their own, and if we have any information that we can pass along, we'll gladly do that on the local end.
What is the status of the work being done up there? Because as I recall, DPW, they issued that stop work order. Have they actually stopped, or have they been allowed to resume work?
So, yeah, we are familiar with DPW's stop work order, and I believe that only applies to work that is not associated with coming back to compliance with the original permit. And so the only work that should be taking place on that Marble site is the installation of those ponding basins, the riprap, the control measures, the BMPs. Those are the only things that should be taking place, and that's still ongoing till this day. Last week on the 8th, our water pollution control program, along with our chief engineer, did give an update on what the compliance orders were like in terms of the additional compliance measures that the respondent had to take. And there's still a lot of work that has to be done. The key takeaways here is that the respondent is in constant communication with the agency. Every time a status report on the progress being made is reported to us, there is a follow-up inspection by the program to ensure that not only is the work getting done, but that it's being done that's going to be effective, so that the residents and the private landowners down in that area are not going to be impacted by any of that activity, especially during heavy storm events.
And so I wanted to move to Attorney Mike Phillips. Good morning, Mike. Can you unmute?
Hi, Sabrina. Sorry about that. Good morning, Jason and Chris. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good, Mike. Morning to you.
I noticed somewhat of a new development with the lawsuit. There was a motion, I believe, that was filed in the U.S. District Court to move the case that you filed in Superior Court over to District. Can you kind of give us a little bit of background about that and what's transpired since that occurred?
And before Mike, guys, if you're just jumping in here, we're providing an update on the situation over at Marble Cave, where, as I'm sure you can recall, KEPCO, the contractor under the Guam Power Authority, failed to put in the flood and erosion control measures, which ended up basically turning Marble Cave into one big mud puddle. And so we're just here giving you an update on that. And Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, what happened, Sabrina, was Samsung removed the case from local court and moved it to federal court. And so defendants are allowed to do that, or at least allowed to do it initially, and then it remains really with the plaintiff to either challenge it or to allow it to happen. We're not allowing that to go forward. We don't believe that there's any reason that our local court system can't handle this. There's no reason for them to go to federal court. We have a local defendant, and I think that kind of like the appeal maybe with EPA, rather than immediately beginning remediation and repair, it's still a position they're taking of conflict and trying to move on. And while they're not saying, in these words, can we just move on and we'll repair it later, that's their actions. And I think like the agencies so far now, and our posture in court is the same thing. No, you've got to address this, and it's part and parcel to moving on, and that is remediation now, not finish your project and we take their word that they'll clean up later.
Mike, has there been any remorse or regret or anything like that expressed from Samsung that you're aware of?
Well, Chris, the interesting thing is when you guys are the media pros, if you haven't heard, I haven't heard. I mean, that really is an interesting question, not just because, but because of the fact that it is very surprising that companies like this, KEPCO and Samsung, that they wouldn't immediately address this. Clearly have the financial ability to do it, and so the posturing that's going on, the conflict with the agencies, and now with the owners of the Marble Cave area, it's surprising. Obviously, I can't speak for them, but it's been consistent. I think that their posture is not one of immediate repair and remediation, but just moving along and settling those things maybe later.
Guam Power Authority is in an interesting spot, and they've kind of said, "Well, we're going to let this, play its course." Do you think that they should be taking a harder stance at all?
Well, the position that GPN has taken is they well, at least from what I've heard, and I've spoken with Simon and a little bit with John Beneventi. I think their position is they're a customer, and I think they've tried to come back and make clear that initial statements that they made. I think they made the statements were not the complete picture as they intended, or maybe even as they said. I think Simon's tried to make clear that that wasn't all they said, but I think that, I get the feeling that they're more on board now with where the rest of the government is, the people and the owners. But of course, they see themselves as a customer. They're not at fault at all for the fact that the company that they were, I guess to some extent, partnering with, did this all on their own. And while I think we all would have liked to see GPA in the exact position that everybody else is from the very beginning, I think that they're close to that now, or at least they've backed off on even those isolated positions of maybe we can just move on and we'll have this taken care of. That just can't be the position when you're dealing with companies like this. I think Chris, one of the one if you're looking for an indication of their perspective, it comes down to this: the violations are all in the areas that if they had done their work, this would not have happened. Lots of times there's recklessness and accidents, and that happens in our daily lives. But when you deliberately not follow requirements, and then what happens is exactly the purpose for why you have those requirements, you really have a higher duty and obligation, I believe, to make everybody whole. Because you guys operate with amazing requirements as broadcasters, right? But there are times where if there's a violation, the damage is exactly what that regulation was intended to prevent. And that's what happened here. There wasn't any unforeseen consequence. They decided not to do certain things to kind of skip out. And of course, you don't even have to be from Guam to know that when you skip out on those things and you take shortcuts and you save a little bit of money and you save a little bit of time, that the ramifications, the risk is really, really dangerous. I've heard the reports of the damage far exceeding the Marble Cave area. And while I haven't gone to the beach area or other outer areas to inspect myself, I have spoken to people who swear that the damage is that far out. But I've shared with friends, Chris, I saw a picture of two handfuls of rocks that were taken from Marble Cave years ago. And I don't think that you could replicate the type of surface and what was at Marble Cave anywhere else in the world. And God only knows how many thousands of years it took to create that. But it was there. And so a lot of people are familiar with that magical glow of the water, but really don't know why it had that. Well, I didn't know either. And I saw some pictures of people that I think kind of what they had in their hands explained why there was that magic glow. And it was the surface. It was immaculate. It was just amazing what was created naturally. And so it's not like an aquarium where somebody bumps into it and you can go to the fish store and buy new fish and maybe some colored rock and put on a neon light and everything's fine. It's not like that at all. It's sad to say, but how do you repair a facility like that literally is made over thousands of years, and who knows how you make that kind of facility. It's not man-made, and yet it's damaged now by man, by a big corporation, and something needs to be done.
Right, Mike, we're going to ask you to hold. We're going to jump over to KUAM TV. It's 8 o'clock. We're KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. KUAM TV. Get ready. Here we come. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Sabrina Salas-Matanani, we join in progress our interview with attorney Mike Phillips, who's representing landowners at Marble Cave in a suit against Samsung and KEPCO. Sabrina, good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to go back to Nick real quickly on, you mentioned this compliance order or compliance assessment, I think September 8th. Are you able to kind of articulate a little bit more on terms of what was found when they went back out to do their assessment to determine how far along Samsung has come in complying with the initial NOV?
Hi, Sabrina. Yes, so in summary, the respondent has 30 days to complete the installation of pond 2, 4, and 5. That's going to be in accordance with the approved erosion and sediment control plan. There was an inspection report. It's about 16 pages in total that led to the issuance of this assessment. Going back to what Attorney Mike was saying, when you cut corners like this, you often have to perform additional work. The damage that you've caused because you didn't comply with what your construction plan called for created more damage in the area, and obviously that would take more time to correct. So this is the result of that. So some of the key issues here, our chief engineer did notice some discrepancy between the more recent plans and the revisions to Pond 4 plan, for example. So a lot of these are based on design features in terms of heights of berms or heights of the ponds. So those things are going to be worked out. The respondent has 30 days to come into compliance with this new compliance order, 30 days from the time that they've received it.
What about the we heard about that the Guam Contractors Licensing Board? What was it, $25 million? Was it a fine? Is Guam EPA
right.
Involved with any of that?
No. The board is acting on their own. Maybe there was that's a question that you really got to pose with them. I'm not familiar with their penalty orders or anything, but we're fairly familiar with ours, and we've really got that hard cap with that $125,000 maximum fine. I do know that there is a measure introduced or about to be introduced that will remove that cap. Certainly, the administrator, along with the chief engineer and the program, are taking a careful look at that bill. We will be providing a lot of feedback. This is not the first time that we've issued an NOV to a violator where we were limited by what the law allowed for in terms of a penalty order. Smithbridge a few years back was in another predicament where the calculations far exceeded what we could levy down, based on what the law says. So those, we look forward to that discussion and that public hearing. It's still very early in the stages. Obviously, a lot of things can change, but we're pretty confident that this statute does have to be modernized, especially given the amount of development that's taken place. And we definitely don't want to give the rest of the construction industry, a black eye on this. There is a lot of responsible development that takes place. There are contractors who take pride in their work, and they certainly don't want to soil their names just to cut a few corners. Obviously, not everybody has that mindset, and it's quite clear that this respondent absolutely did not have that mindset. So they're having to go back and perform additional work. That additional work is going to take additional time. We'll see what happens in 30 days. from the time that they were given this additional compliance order, and whatever the results of that will also be available on our website.
Oh, we did have a comment here. And I don't know if you see this. Typical, ignore comments, and typical of outsider companies to not care about this beautiful island. They're only nice when they're trying to get the contract. Good luck, Attorney Phillips. Please represent us. And Nick,
Unmute, please.
Unmute, yeah. Nick, I know you said what you said about the construction industry, but I got to say, when I look at the NOVs that you guys issue, failing to implement flood and soil erosion controls, I want to say it constitutes like a majority of the NOVs that you guys issue.
From the water pollution control standpoint, absolutely. I mean, failing to install them or failing to install them properly, I mean, you do see inspectors out, especially during the rainy season, flagging certain projects. Anything from your silt fence not being high enough to sediment forming in your ponding basin. You see all those types of things. If it's something that can be corrected on the spot, a letter of warning may be issued. We do work with the project managers to correct those things, and sometimes project managers don't agree with us based on our regulations, and that would lead to a notice of violation. It's probably one of the more common things where people, don't want to take responsibility for managing their stormwater. But it's not every contractor that does that, and that it's just one of those things where you take it for granted. You look outside, it's raining, and you don't really know how that's going to impact your neighbors in the surrounding areas until it's too late, or you go and ruin a pristine freshwater cave. Those are the unfortunate consequences.
Is there any update, Nick, by any chance, in the AG's lawsuit that is partnered with Guam EPA against the contractors?
I would reserve any comment and ask that you go and check with the AG's office on that. I don't want to mess with the integrity of that case. We are assisting in the capacity as a regulator. But yeah, maybe that's something that you probably want to check on with their office.
Okay. And then I guess, Mike, so what's next with this motion that was filed in the district court? Do arguments have to be presented, or is it officially moved to the district court?
Yeah, Sabrina, the way procedurally things work in this area of litigation is if a company is or defendant is in Superior Court or local court, they're allowed to what is called remove to federal court, and it's automatic. That doesn't mean it stays there, though. It just means that there's no permission required or anything. You can go ahead and remove a case from local court to federal court when you believe that you're allowed to do so. And then it's up to the plaintiff to either one, let you go, or two, file a motion, as we have immediately, to remand the case back to the local court. We don't think there's any reason why our local court system can't handle this. All of our claims are citing to local law. The violations are all are local, or causes of action are all local. One thing I would like to say about the NOV and the stop work order is, while at the moment that's the extent of the power that our agencies have, and that's being reviewed, thank God. But I'll tell you that's very powerful, because imagine if there wasn't a stop work order. I don't know if Samsung would be doing anything about this. They would just move on. And so while they don't have the, at this point in time, they don't have the serious fine or fines that make sense in this day and age with companies like this, our local agencies don't have that power. The stop work order and the notice of violation are very strong incentives for companies like Samsung to fix the mess that they've created and come into compliance. I think that what the legislature started with reviewing this and hopefully adjusting the fines and everything. Really, when you look at the military buildup, I think we all remember. At least I had a sense of shock that our local contractors, to a large extent, were bumped out because of the resources that were needed and the expertise and everything from bonding, you name it. The off-island companies were able to scoop the majority of that buildup money. And yet, when you come to this instance, you would expect the same level of expertise and finesse and resources put into complying and things like that. But I don't see it. It's just one of those things that, like I said, I really think that with the legislature adjusting the laws here, correcting them maybe, really, it wouldn't surprise me if they named the act after Samsung, because you got to wonder why would any company want this to go through, and we're all going to know, right? Why did this happen? Everyone's going to say, oh, because Samsung. I mean, we're all going to know. You might as well name
Because
the act
Samsung, get an iPhone.
Act
Yeah.
2021.
Oh boy. Mike, are you fired up though? Like with that comment, right? The off-island company come in, they turn Marble Cave into a toilet bowl, and you got a chance to sock it to the man in this case.
Well, the again, and I'm sure the agencies have their own experiences, but we're from Guam, and when I see that they're moving the court pro hac vice to admit off-island attorneys, the first thing that comes to mind is you guys are flying in off-island attorneys, but if you just done the work ahead of time, none of this would be happening. You remove the case to federal court. I mean, they need local advisors or something, because the PR that and the steps they're taking, I believe, are horrendous. The idea that, especially in small local communities, and quite frankly, Guam, when you create a mess, the first thing you have to do is come out and take responsibility. And whether that's through a complete cleanup or saying, I'm sorry, whatever. I mean, everybody has a different opinion, but to come in and just say, no, we're just going to continue on. And then if you remember, Chris, the stop work order didn't happen the next day. It was the behavior and the outcry from the community that I think left some of the agencies in with no choice. What are they going to say? Samsung's not repairing the damage. And so, I don't think they were treated unfairly at all. And I'm not surprised. I remember very early on, before I was even approached to take this case, the governor of Guam had already come out and said that she supports the AG's filing of the lawsuit and local filing in the sense of the private owners. And, I may have been in discussions at time or not. I honestly don't remember. But I heard the governor's position. We heard the legislature's position loud and clear, and we've seen the agency's actions and now the private owners. And yet we don't see any corresponding action from Samsung and or KEPCO, the owner. Samsung's the construction company and KEPCO's the owner.
Yep, feel you, Mike. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Nick, you as well. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Hope everybody's safe out there.
Yeah, be safe out there and sock it to them. Right on. Let's go. Oh, yeah, Mike, can we just get you to hang just for a sec? Mike?
Sure.
Can you put on your Mount Carmel hat? Because we're just hearing a lot of things. I spoke to Guam Academy Charter School head, former speaker Judy Wampet yesterday, and we're just hearing, again, unofficially, that there may be a return to face-to-face instruction. But can you just tell us what conversations Mount Carmel has been privy to about this?
Well, it's part of the Catholic school system. We met with both the governor and lieutenant governor yesterday. I was fortunate to be part of a Zoom meeting. And so everybody, really, the leadership of the Archdiocese and of course, with Adelu, we had both the governor and lieutenant governor part of that meeting. And it seems clear that the plan is to allow the schools that can and want to go ahead and open Monday. The governor made clear that while that's her intent, and she wants to do it. If there's any reason before and definitely during our face-to-face instruction that she needs to shut down the schools again, she'll do it. And that was in response to a request for maybe some heads up. And that was one point she made clear that if she needs to, she'll. She made clear to us that there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And we were part of a meeting with a lot of people, and it's not like anyone would sit there and ask 3 or 4 questions. So wasn't this kind of interview where you get to flush out, well, what did you mean by this or that?
Well, Mike, we only get 2 questions. We only get 2 questions at the press conference, so I'm pretty sure these Zoom sit-downs with the governor. You probably can't even think of questions.
I got my 2 questions in without any limits. I was real happy about that. But yeah, no, that's the plan, is to open Monday, and that's qualified, right? That means you're capable. And one of the elements that the governor expressed, it sounded to me like this was something without doubt that needed to be included, and that's testing. If there's a student that appears to be positive in the sense that has the symptoms, is in your care, it sounds to me like, and I'm not an expert on the rules, and the staff handle all that, and they work with public health, but it seems to me the governor doesn't want us to just send the child home. Once the student tested, wants the school to ensure that we carry out that responsibility. I believe every school, I should say, has trained personnel, because that's been a huge effort by public health. And I know in the Archdiocese, there's been an amazing response from everybody, but definitely from some of the schools. FD is amazing with regard to their capabilities. There's other schools that aren't too far behind, but we're all equipped with at least one member of staff or faculty that has been trained in testing. So that's going to be something that I think is no compromise on that element.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, it seems to me, Chris, that with the Delta variant, that there's a lot of unknown, and it sounds to me from my participation in the meeting that the governor, lieutenant governor, appreciate the damage and the harm that are created by not having face-to-face instruction.
Right.
So you have that on one side.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can't say anybody, I'm sure experts did, but I don't think most people appreciated the damage that causes to our students. On the other hand, you have the health concerns, which again, that doesn't need any explanation. I asked the governor about sports, and she said, no, the plan was that would follow the opening of schools. So when schools open, sports will open with those very stringent considerations and restrictions, but sports will go on. And so that seems to be the plan. And we were very pleased that we were included in that meeting and allowed to receive and share the information. But yeah, I'll tell you, this is a new era for Guam. We're in an area where nobody's been before, and so we're all I think trying to navigate our way through.
Yeah.
And as we do, we look back and realize maybe we didn't we didn't know about some of the damage that would happen on both sides of that equation.
Yeah.
Moving students from face to face and sports, and they're the one thing the students go to school for is each other. I mean, anyone who's saying, oh no, they come for math.
Yeah.
They don't come for math.
Yeah.
They come for each other. And we've had 3 school years now where that's been either slightly interfered with or like last year, dramatically interfered with. And so at some point, there needs to be a decision made, and the decision's made now to return to face-to-face. If the individual school is capable and wants to do it, then at least for now, they're going to be able to do it.
Mike, just real quickly, I know you can get a little long-winded and we got to do the news here, but at any point during that meeting, did anyone say, hey, Gov, you suspended face-to-face temporarily because you said that the rising number of cases was so alarming and it was only a matter of time before our most precious children who were largely unvaccinated would be exposed to the virus? And here we are 3 weeks later. Nothing has changed. In fact, it's gotten worse. Still having this conversation that she totally 180'd on last week. Did anyone say that?
No, but I can say, Chris, that public health was part of the discussion, and they explained where the vulnerability is, and my recollection is the youngest kids, even without vaccinations, are not at the vulnerable level. It occurs a little while up, and the governor stressed that, and of course the is really pushed for anybody or the students, of staff and faculty, students that are eligible to receive vaccinations. They're encouraged. The Archdiocese doesn't mandate it, but they strongly encourage, and we strongly encourage at our school. That would be the closest to that. I mean, it obviously wasn't that type of meeting, and so to be honest, I mean, nobody asked that question.
I see. Okay. Well, thanks, Mike.
Wait.
Sorry.
So when is the governor anticipated to sign this executive order?
I don't know. I think that I would expect something would come out soon. It's likely they're including all these points that we've gone over, but she was very clear, as was the lieutenant governor, that the main point is if your school is capable and you want to return to face, they're going to allow it for now.
Right.
That would mean Monday, meaning Monday you would be allowed to do that.
And so the what was said in the meeting, Mike, was basically like, oh, the young kids, when they get COVID, it's not so bad, so go to school.
No, none of that was said.
Okay. So
was there a rationale kind of explaining
None of
why
that was said.
Yeah, what was the rationale? Like
behind the decision? Like the cases aren't that bad, or what?
I earlier I in passing when Chris and I were speaking, I mentioned that the educators that were part of that group, they have a real strong feeling that one, they can handle the needs that public health and the government and others require. But two, there's so much damage being caused from students not returning to face instruction. They're so far, at least in all the reports I've seen, right, and I'm sure there's exceptions, the students are not passing COVID to each other. They're getting it from families that go out to family gatherings, that go to, quite frankly, bars and places like that. Wherever they're getting it from, they're then transmitting COVID to their children. But the students don't seem to be doing that to students. So you got a collection of children together. In our case, they become our students that are not transmitting the virus, it appears, to each other. And so while they're contracting the virus, they're not contracting the viruses or the virus from the schools or from each other. They're contracting the virus from home. I think that's my summary as to why I think our principals and everybody involved with education and in the Archdiocese, and I don't speak for anybody other than myself, feel that face-to-face is imperative. That then the day comes that the students are transmitting that virus at any serious level to each other, things might change. But in the schools, when you come in, everything's different. I mean, we have everything from the HEPA filters to the shelters that are pretty much built up around the students, and their cohorts go around together. Everybody's separated. We
the
have
plexiglass fortress.
Masks are a permanent thing. We're going to do everything, and of course we see if there is transmission from student to student at any high level, I would not be surprised if the schools are shut down fast.
Right. Thank you, Mike. You good?
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Right. Yeah. And so it really does seem like, and I'll say it again, that this is acceptable, that this level of spread in the community I mean, if nothing has changed, in fact, it's gotten worse since the governor suspended face-to-face learning. It has gotten worse. But if it has gotten worse and they're continuing to have these discussions where they're going to send our kids to school, then to me that means that this is the new normal and that the way forward is we're just going to have to suck it and eat it. You're going to get, 200 cases a day. You're just going to have to stress about whether or not your kids are safe in school because it doesn't look like you're going to have the option to allow them to learn online.
Right. And the Guam Education Board, they are scheduled to hold a workshop session today. They should be streaming it, I believe, on their Facebook page. And they're going to be talking about the reopening strategy of schools. So, like you heard from Mike Phillips, he had the meeting with the governor, who was lucky enough to participate with the private schools and charter schools, and they were pretty much given the heads up.
Yeah.
I
mean, but just logically, I don't understand what changed to warrant this decision because, again, face-to-face was suspended because of the fear that it was only a matter of time before this rampant community spread, impacted this. And it is impacting the school operation because when they get a positive, people have to quarantine.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I'm a little concerned here.
Yeah. Me too.
We just did that story, was it Monday? In the past 7 days, there were over 1,000 new cases, and there were 17 deaths at the time. No, that was Monday.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. And so what? We're going to open up the schools, and all these people out here in the community where the spread is so rampant are going to go into the schools. The kids who are saying, hey, they're not getting it at school, they're getting it at home. So they're getting it at home, and then we're going to send them back to school. I don't know. To me, this idea that there's an invisible shield that prevents COVID from getting into any business or any school setting, it's a little much. Anyway, it's 8:30. You ready to do the news? Sure. Let's go ahead and do the news. It's Thursday, September 16th. And again, that was not official. That was Mike Phillips of Mount Carmel saying that they had a meeting with the governor yesterday about a resumption of face-to-face learning. We're also tracking that there might be a meeting with GDOE happening soon. So
Friday.
Yeah, it's in the works, guys. Just keep it. Miss a link, miss a lot. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Our 8 o'clock newscast is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Half a day, Guam recorded its 171st COVID-related fatality. It occurred yesterday just after 12:30 in the afternoon at GRMC. The patient was a 65-year-old female, unvaccinated, with multiple underlying health conditions. 73 people hospitalized for COVID, 13 receiving ICU level of care, 3 on ventilators. Out of the 73, 42 unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 13 patients unknown, 1 ineligible to receive the shot, 17 vaccinated. Public Health, meanwhile, reports Guam recorded 202 new cases of COVID out of 1,567 tests performed on the 14th. 30 were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 12,974 officially reported cases of the virus, 171 deaths, 2,161 people are in isolation, and there have been over 10,000 recoveries. The CAR score has dropped to 38.2. As for vaccinations, a total of 114,015, that's 83.6% of Guam's eligible population, have been fully vaccinated. Now, you can get a shot at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. today. Additionally, free COVID testing continues at the Old Teadsden Carnival Grounds from 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 in the afternoon. A top federal official from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services is on island. According to Chief Health Officer at Public Health, Chima Mbakwem, the health administrator for Region 9, is here to help Guam with its COVID-19 response. Additionally, they brought a subject matter expert for RegenCove. Mbakwem adds shipment issues involving RegenCove have been addressed. As a reported, GMH received 168 vials over the weekend, but 144 were deemed unusable because of the temperature control problems. This was not the fault of the local government, but issues with the shipper. While HHS may be on Guam, the 5-member team from the Federal Emergency Management Agency hasn't arrived yet. Public Health initially got word that FEMA would be here Monday, but was later informed they would be here next Friday. FEMA Public Affairs Specialist Frank Manzel says the delay was based on the technical reviews that needed to be completed first. The team will help with the administration of the monoclonal antibody treatments at the Mingilao Senior Center. Mansell said FEMA also received a request for up to 15 registered nurses. The mission assignment was issued to the Defense Department, and the RNs should be arriving within 2 weeks. With more news now, here is Nestor Lecanto.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hawaiian, good morning, everyone. I've got more headlines for you here on the link. The COVID pandemic is giving rise to a new brand of criminal activity. In an exclusive interview with KUAM, the head of the FBI's Honolulu office, which also oversees Guam, the CNMI, and American Samoa, explains how the bad guys are exploiting a virus-fearful public. Special Agent in Charge Stephen Merrill is a 30-year veteran of the FBI, appointed to head the regional office in June.
The pandemic has changed the world. Everybody knows that. And one of the ways it's changed in the criminal realm is that it's provided opportunities for criminals to use the COVID environment to offer new scams and new schemes to defraud.
He says one of those ways is through telemedicine. For example, dubious health experts trying to exploit people online with purported COVID cures.
We had seen from the outset of COVID that people were offering fraudulent schemes to give vaccines, to give testing. And again, any opportunity you have where you need to see a doctor, you should do that in person when possible, but do it with a trusted doctor, someone who's well known to you and your family.
Like the snake oil salesmen of old, these new digital scammers are after one thing: money, and lots of it.
It is such a big business, such a big part of our economy, the healthcare industry. There's just so much money, whether it be personal funds or through government programs like Medicare and Medicaid, that the criminals don't need to make that much money off of one person, but if they could spread the scheme around to a number of victims, which is generally what happens, they can really make a lot of money.
The bottom line is, buyer beware. In regional news, CNMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios testified at a committee meeting as legislators probe alleged misuse of funds and corruption by Governor Ralph Torres. Our Tomas Maglonia reports.
I never thought that when I took oath of office, the oath of office as the lieutenant governor, that I would find myself in this position, having to respond to a subpoena to appear before this committee.
The lieutenant governor choosing to testify without counsel in the months-long probe by legislators into Governor Ralph Torres' alleged misuse of funds and corruption.
The matters before this committee are public matters, not private matters. And that is all we seek is the truth from you.
The committee is probing into the spending, reimbursements, first-class travel, and use of security detail by Governor Torres and First Lady Diane Torres. They've questioned police officers and personnel in recent months who've often said they do not recall events outlined by the committee based on documents that paint a clearer picture, one that Palacios recalls.
When you did become aware that he was traveling first class at government expense, you did raise the issue.
I did raise that a couple of times.
Do you remember when?
Like I said, early on in our tenure.
The records show that Governor Torres claimed reimbursements for a car battery for a personal vehicle that was shortly sold thereafter to a private citizen. Would you consider this to be a legitimate public purpose expense?
No.
Under the same branch of government, it's as if Torres and Palacios served in different administrations.
Do you get the same treatment as Governor Torres by DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero, wherein the DPS Commissioner will meet the governor on the tarmac as soon as he steps off a plane and escorts him out a chain link fence without even having to go through the secured area to clear customs and quarantine? Do you get the same treatment as Governor Torres by DPS Commissioner Robert Guerrero?
No, I don't.
Fair enough.
And I refuse.
Okay.
Somebody had made that recommendation early on in our tenure, and I said no.
The records reviewed also show that Governor Torres utilized DPS boating safety resources, including search and rescue boats, multiple boating safety officers, thousands of gallons of government-funded fuel on more than 85 boating trips, totaling hundreds of hours between March 2017 and July 2020. These include trips to Rota, Tinian, Guam, Managaha, Goat Island, and the Northern Islands. Many of these vessel usage reports indicate no particular destination, but we do know from the testimonies we've heard so far that some of the governor's boating trips were for recreational fishing in open water. Some of the trips appear to be sunset cruises or happy hour trips to Managaha with the First Lady and other individuals. In your view, Lieutenant Governor, are these improper uses of government resources, police officers, police boats, government fuel, and other publicly funded supplies?
On the face of it, yes.
In a press briefing last week, Governor Torres told KUAM that there's still confidence between the two under his administration. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
The committee plans to continue the hearing with more witnesses in the coming months. Palacios has also considered a run for governor in the next election. And Guam EPA may finally be getting a permanent headquarters. The proposed site is in a prime location in Dededo, an expansive more than 9-acre lot near Marine Drive. Here's more. Guam EPA Administrator Walter Leon Guerrero admits setting aside that kind of property for a government office may raise some eyebrows. But wait.
Some people will say, wow, that's a lot of property for the Guam EPA. Well, maybe it's not known, and it is in the bill, that this is known contaminated property.
The site housed the former Dededo Solid Waste Transfer Station and a scrap metal yard, which handled lots of toxic materials. But that's precisely why GIPA chose it. The agency that's the watchdog over contaminated sites wants to put its money where its mouth is. Actually, it's the U.S. EPA's money. Deputy Administrator Michelle Lastimosa says they've applied for a $4.5 million federal grant under what's called the Brownfield program to rehabilitate the property.
They did a preliminary study. They took samples and identified some heavy metals on the property. So we know that there's contamination on the property. We know that there's still a lot of work ahead of us. But again, Brownfield's money cannot be used unless the property belongs to belongs to the entity that's requesting for the assessment.
However, the Dededo Municipal Planning Council has raised an objection. It wants to reopen a solid waste transfer station in the village to help curb the illegal dumping problem. But GSWA General Manager Larry Gass said that's not a good idea.
The transfer stations are by far the most labor-intensive and costly way that we handle waste.
The bill by Senator Sabina Perez would transfer the title of the property to GIPA from the current owner, the Department of Public Works. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Prime Time. Back to you, Bree.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The Guam Education Board will be holding a workshop this afternoon to discuss the options and plans for when schools officially return to in-person learning. GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez says no official decision has been made on when the governor will allow for the return of face-to-face instruction, although she is monitoring the COVID case count. Here's more.
Guam Department of Education Superintendent John Fernandez says no final decision has been made on when the governor will allow for the return of face-to-face instruction, although she is monitoring the COVID case count.
When she does reauthorize, she will pick a date that will be at least the earliest that schools can open, but she's going to leave it to the individual schools or school districts like GDOE or the Catholic schools to determine how they want to open and when they want to open after that initial date.
Fernandez says in the interim, GDOE has been strategizing and reinforcing safety protocols. For example, GDOE has begun installing plexiglass shields in cafeterias and canopies to address social distancing concerns.
So when people return to school, they will see some of these additional supports in place. and then we can hopefully assure our parents that we are safe.
Since schools were shut down more than 2 weeks ago, it's also given GDOE time to hear concerns and suggestions from parents and stakeholders through their virtual input sessions on how they feel GDOE should proceed when in-person learning returns. One of those suggestions being to return to class through cohorts.
It's going to be an interim solution. We're not doing cohorts all year. That's not the intent. But while we are, in the high risk, measure of risk, in the community, that's probably going to be our approach until those numbers come down. And once those numbers come down, we can then resume, full in-person instruction.
Those issues and more, according to Fernandez, will be vetted when the GEB workshop is held on Thursday to discuss plans for reopening.
What we want to do is we want to avoid another full shutdown if possible. And I mean, it's so disruptive to shut the entire school system down that we've been looking at, what are these other options that will allow us to create a safer campus, help our stakeholders feel more comfortable, but at the same time, avoid having to close down the entire schools.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
The deadline has passed to file for the All Rise program. Rev and Tech stopped accepting online and manual applications as of 5 p.m. yesterday. As of Tuesday, though, a total of 35,632 applications were received. 26,885 were filed online, while a little over 8,700 were filed manually. DRT is processing on a first-in, first-out basis. The first batch of approved applicants began receiving payments Monday, but no word on how many new batches have been forwarded to DOA. Also, DRT still needs to calculate what the total payout is. The All Rise program has a cap of $30 million, but the governor has said she would find the money if there was a shortfall. A retired pilot who once served in Guam but moved to the mainland, then was a former faculty member at the Navy War College in Newport, Rhode Island, was sentenced to serve life in prison for sexually abusing a child for years. According to Navy Times, retired Lieutenant Commander Ronald Zenga, who had been on the faculty at the Naval War College before retiring in 2017, pleaded guilty to coercion and distributing and possessing child pornography last November. He'd previously pleaded not guilty to 8 charges. An affidavit submitted by a Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent stated that Zenga admitted the sexual abuse began when he was in the U.S. Navy stationed in Guam. It continued until 2 weeks before agents searched his home in Middletown, Rhode Island in 2018. Zenga was assigned to Helicopter C Combat Squadron 25 in Guam from 2010 to 2013. With your news in Chamorro now, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get some to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familiar Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Membesitiga ni Detective Fadzima Paki ginigap na ogan gi Dave's Barbershop gi sa dedido. Mamasangani KUAM nagbahang tao humat mi lugad sa mapaki gi ipitsonya. Sigon ni spokesman ni Guam Police Department si Sergeant Paul Tapao, masusedi esti gi kasi alas 5 gi sa tangmak. Makoni tato para Guam Regional Medical City, ta taza tabiha report po di kondisyon na. Taza otrosiana informasyon managwaha po esti na kausa. Otro na asunto, está inipo si deadline para fanmanfayo para si All Rise na programa. I Department of Revenue and Taxation sa mamara man manaksepta aplikasyon gi alas 5 gi pupuengi gi inigap. Esta hulo gi mates 35,632 na aplikasyon sa marisibi. 26,885 sa mamafayo online, 8,747 sa mamafayo gi papit na aplikasyon. Matutuhon ni Department of Revenue and Taxation maprosesa aplikasyon siya gifinena na humalam, finena na humuzog na manera. Ifinena na grupon man maapreba sa sempi matutuhon marisibi sa lapi niya gi Lunes gi otra semana. Notaza informasyon ni kwanto esta manafanogwa to gi Department of Administration. I-all rise ang programa sa mana sangizi 30 milyon pesos sa nasa lapi. Loy gobyerno anunsya na sempi sudai sa lapi. Tazangin timunahong ni estinong kantida. Yuto mo na suntok ni KUM News gifinot sa Moro. Mas talo na member ni staff i Guam Memorial Hospital sa maninafekta ni COVID-19. I-CEO at ni administrador di hospital si Lilian Posadas a confirma na 2 talo mas na empleyao sa mga test positibo pago na semana. Numasorda na mantinat may giniguma niya. Limapas na semana 7 na empleyao sa maninafekta. Zagi durante limapas na mes Agosto kasi 16 mga test positibo. I-control na departamento ni Guam Memorial Hospital sa makonsisigi contract tracing. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Concepcion. Yasuto gifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiar Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded Coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaku, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Say the inspiration when you know me got you wanna lick it till it boom. Say the inspiration when you know me got you wanna lick it till it boom. Me said boom music not be a baby. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill at the bed you be. Said music, not be a baby. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill at the bed you be. When I know I'm wrong and I'm feeling naughty, when my life is down and me won't be alright, me just started the styles of the King say I say, roll up and top on a bigger party. Me don't have no zigzag, a sheet be roll, load on the pipe and a back up the bone. Music not be a me beat. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a feel like no bed you be. Me said music not be a me beat. Say the motivation killer, but for me it's just a thrill and the bed you be.
Hey, good morning. Miss a link, miss a lot, don't miss it. 8:55. The daily question. Let's go ahead and bring on Tomas Maglotnia from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We have our daily question from yesterday that was actually created by Public Health's Chima Mbakwe, asking for suggestions. He said he was open to them, so we asked shortly after his interview, what specific restrictions would you like to see to contain the spread of COVID-19? We received over 100 responses.
Wow, I wish you could have put Chima in there actually asking.
We shared it this morning on Link Bites on Instagram, and
yeah. So Chima was asking you guys, what restrictions would you like to see? Be explicit.
Yeah, and so we asked him.
Do it again.
We asked him. We asked the question on Instagram, and yeah, people sounded off with a range of perspectives as always. And so we're gonna go ahead and share some of those with you right now. The first comment we received was from Leilani, who said, "We did lockdown. It worked. We almost made it, but we were warned not to open so fast." Yeah. But because our leaders said we have to start opening tourism and let's invite everyone back into the island, even as it was picking up stateside, lockdowns work if they open slowly. If we don't lock down and give our first responders a chance to catch up, we will regret it. This is not the time to think that the federal will continue to help out Guam. They helped a lot. What we need is the right people to make decisions based on facts and not political power. Again, that was Leilani sharing her comment there.
Wow.
Frances also adding her view to the conversation, writing that quarantine mandate for all travel arrivals in a government designated location for at least 5 days or after testing negative. Home quarantine just doesn't seem to be working for some instances. Thought that was interesting because that's exactly what is happening in the CNMI with the 5-day mandatory quarantine for anyone who's entering, no matter your vaccination status.
Right.
So someone suggesting that to happen here on Guam. Rihanna writing, the spread is already a given. Apply funds and aid to the endangered population. When a family member shows positive, immediately provide a safe, clean shelter for the positive family member or the risk or the at-risk member until risk is over. $1,500 hotel is cheaper than $150,000 medical bill and loss of loved ones. Someone writing on our Instagram, public health policy should not be conducted by a poll. This is a tremendous lack of leadership and makes pandemic response political by basing it on what constituents want rather than policy informed by expertise. And one of the last comments we'll share of over the 100 that we received on Instagram, someone writing, "No government restrictions. Let the people of Guam make their own decisions and stay home if they want to. Let individual businesses decide what they should do for their patrons." And someone commenting there, "No mandates." The last one that we'll share for today's update is from Alan writing, "Why would you ask the community what restrictions would they like to get done when your job is to keep the island safe from this virus? Do your job that you're being paid for." And someone comments on Alan's post, "That's plain common sense." And so that's our daily question from yesterday. And today we'll be asking a daily question about schools and what people think should happen there, because I know that's something that a lot of people are weighing in on as well.
Right. Yeah, that might be a good question. Thank you, Tomas.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and thank you to our friend Chima Mbakwam for creating our daily question for yesterday. But, you know, I want to kind of say I agree with that comment that said public health policy shouldn't be determined by a poll. And I don't know how reassuring it was when we're asking the public health experts what will work, and they flip it on us and say, I don't know, what do you think will work?
I wanted to go in on a comment that's posted actually on our stream right now, where it says that, "Hello, Chris and Sabrina. I watch the link every morning while getting ready for work, and I really love what you guys do for the community. I just wanted to share my perspective on the issue of COVID that is going on right now. On today's show, I've noticed that a common question that keeps being asked is, why doesn't the governor just lock things down? Well, I'd like to share my suspected reason why that is so. I have a doctorate degree in public health, so I have some understanding of how pandemics work. So I believe the governor and the PAG are not choosing the lockdown because ultimately they are hoping for natural immunity from natural infection to take place. Studies are already showing that natural immunity is just as effective, if not more effective, in protecting against severe illness from COVID as also getting the vaccine. Therefore, with the 80% vaccination rate and natural immunity, we should see an eventual drop or leveling of hospitalizations. Unfortunately, the downside to this is that there will be some who will experience severe illness and even death from infection. But in the long run, natural immunity and vaccinations will lead to what's called an endemic, which is when the virus is no longer as lethal and deadly as it used to be. So this is why I think the governor has chosen not to lock down and instead allow the virus to run its course in the community. By locking down, this will only prolong the eventual establishment of natural immunity and protection from the vaccine within the community. So again, I just wanted to share my perspective and hope it may answer some of the questions that keep being asked on your show. Thank you again for all that you do, and I enjoy always getting the news in the morning from you guys and the rest of the group. Good day and God bless.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, is that the play? And should we just stop asking if they're going to do anything to stem the cases? Like I said, I think this is just the new normal. Obviously, if we're talking about sending our kids to school in these conditions, then somebody must think it's okay. What do you think of that, Jay? Let it run rampant?
No, I was thinking. Remember that one scene from the movie The Perfect Storm
when
they keep trying to like go around the big waves, and like there's 3 hurricanes affecting them, and then George Clooney basically says, he goes, you know what, we're just going to power right through this thing.
Power through it.
And it kind of and this obviously is not. It would be a very popular strategy to say and to promote and everything like that, because it's just going to incite nothing but vitriol, right? But and Ronaldo, excellent comments, excellent insight. We thank you for that comment. That's maybe just plowing right through it. I mean, and you've heard the phrase natural immunity more and more over the last week, especially physicians have used it. Public health people.
But what I think is what they believe is better than natural immunity is hybrid immunity, where you have the natural immunity and then you have the vaccine, which I think they believe is a cherry on top.
Yeah, but like Ronaldo actually points out, he goes, natural immunity would lead to endemic when you basically give the virus nowhere to go, because either everybody has it and then it becomes less threatening. However, the downside of that is some people get really, really sick.
And people are going to die. Right, of course. And that's, to me, the cold, hard reality of this natural immunity discussion is that if it's true, and it kind of looks like it might not be true in the words that they're saying, but possibly in the actions that they're not taking. But if it is true, then that means that we're just accepting that more people are going to die and that's that. And, hey, they're probably unvaccinated anyway, so big deal. I don't know. But if that's the play, then they need to come out and tell us, hey, everybody, we know you're expecting something to be done because that's what was done last time. Well, we're doing it different this time. We want you all to go out and get COVID. Like, why have restrictions if that's the play?
But would they, though? Because to do this would be basically admitting we're going to go in a different direction. We're trying a different strategy. And by the way, we're putting a lot of you in harm's way.
Well, because they can't stop it. It's so rampant. It's so widespread that they feel like, well, we could there's nothing we can really do. If we close the bars, they're going to party at the house, right? And I think Bree and I are going to go in a little more on where a lot of the positives are coming from, because she's got the public health dashboard open, and that's always fun when she does that. It's 9:03 now. Let's head into the Zoom room where Gura's Ray Topasny, the executive director, is standing by. Good morning, Ray. Thanks for joining us. Unmute. You doing okay?
Here, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hear you now.
Okay, morning, everyone.
Good morning, Ray. I guess we'll just start with so obviously things have ramped up a lot in the last 6-7 weeks. Has that affected you guys' operation and kind of your posture in dealing with your tenants and everything?
No, we've been, business as usual. We come to work every day and try our best and, try and keep as safe as possible. But, no, nothing's really changed other than, Gura's continuing to operate.
So is there any update on the second homeless shelter?
We actually did what we needed to do to comply with the federal regulations. It's now in the hands of the governor's office and GSA. As many people know, the federal government required flood insurance and was not willing to pay for it. It was not an eligible expense. The governor's office offered to pay for it, and now they're going through the procurement process to make that payment. And once that's done, then hopefully we'll issue a notice to proceed and open the second shelter.
And this is the one, what's the name of that place in Tumuni? Chris Plaza?
Tumuni Plaza Hotel.
Correct. It's behind the old Blockbuster in that area.
Right. It's basically one of those places that you never reference on its own. You always use someplace else, right? Show more directions. That's the one that's by Blockbuster. Okay, I know which one you're talking about. So, how close are we, though? Like, and realistically?
I'd like to say just at most a couple of weeks. Again, the GSA needs to follow local procurement rules, and so they needed to get 2 other price quotes, and I don't get to make that decision, but there was a process to get the price quote. Initially, we had to obtain an elevation certificate and survey, and when somebody had to pay for that. So going out and trying to get 2 more price quotes, in the end, I think it's just going to be the one we found, and that's the only option on the table. So once that decision's made, then we can proceed.
And is it going to be kind of the same situation as the one in Mighty, where it's Catholic Social Services is going to be manning the homeless shelter?
Well, the proposed contractor, in fact, is Catholic Social Service, so it'll be similar. The difference is Gura will have complete oversight over this second shelter. We had nothing to do with the first.
Okay. And is this for families or?
Families and individuals. I know there's a wait list. I think there's like 170 in a global dorm with many children, and there's a long wait list after that. So CSS will help us determine who would be housed in that particular facility.
So it's pretty much already full, even before opening the doors because of the wait list, huh?
For the most part, yeah.
So Ray, are we going to start thinking about a third shelter?
We have what we call the emergency housing vouchers, and HUD authorized us to issue 87 of them, and we've already gotten 71 referrals of the 87. So if all of them are eligible for this emergency housing voucher, and these are families and individuals, and then we like to move many of our homeless population towards more permanent housing. We issue the voucher, you go out and find a unit, and if it complies with HUD regulations, and then we can find you a more permanent setting. So that's the goal, and it seems to be working pretty well. Again, we're in the process of interviewing the 71 referrals. Some of them have actually already been housed. So there's some good news.
So there was 87 emergency housing vouchers. 71 have been referred. You said some of them have been housed. Is that out of the 71 or?
Yes.
Okay.
And the 71 referrals actually came from the Guam Homeless Coalition. Mm-hmm. For the most part, Catholic Social Service, the Salvation Army, and some of our private partners. I mean, it's just been a very aggressive effort on their part, and I want to thank them for helping us out.
Ray, we do have a comment here from one of our online viewers asking if you could explain the letter from 6 senators requesting GURA add-on GPD, teachers, etc., to allow 50% off in purchasing homes.
Yeah, that's a program that started recently under HUD. It's not something that we had been pushing. Primarily because the island's so divided, and to offer 50% off towards a home for public safety, for police officers, firefighters, and teachers, but not consider other first responders such as nurses, I thought was concerning to me. So, I really wanted to sit down with the senators and talk about it first, and before any announcement is made, but nonetheless, they issued a press release. And not that I'm against it. I think it's a brilliant idea. However, I'd like to find a way to accommodate all first responders and not just a segment of the first responder community. But we weren't consulted, so.
So do you still though plan to maybe meet with the senators or about it, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Ray, do you have any update on? Are you guys still doing mortgage assistance?
The mortgage assistance program under Guam Housing Corp actually closed, and so that program is we're just doing all the final touches. But there's that housing assistance fund program under Department of Administration that the administration will launch in the coming weeks, and there's a lot of money in that particular program, and the restrictions or the requirements are going to be less stringent. So we anticipate there's going to be a lot of families who would qualify for the Housing Assistance Fund program. And that's basically another version of the mortgage assistance program, but with not as stringent a requirement. So I think it's gonna be a big hit.
Yeah, and then plus, so the housing assistance, that's for homeowners. And the emergency rental assistance, again, obviously was for renters, but the ERA allowed people to avail of assistance for utilities and I believe even internet costs. Do you know, Ray?
That's correct.
Are you guys tracking if that same assistance is going to be offered to homeowners?
Well, in fact, it is through what I just mentioned earlier, the Housing Assistance Fund program, and that is under both the Emergency Rental Assistance and the Housing Assistance Fund program will be administered by Department of Administration. So, yeah, I mean, both renters and mortgage holders will be able to avail themselves of these programs. And I think the Housing Assistance Fund program will be launched in another couple of weeks.
Oh, that's good to hear. What else is going on with you guys?
Well, I know the congressman issued a press release.
Let me go ahead and read that out. Yeah, let me read that out, Ray. Where is it? This was a release that had come out from Congressman San Nicolas. For immediate release, Guam to receive substantial funding for community development in the Financial Services Committee Reconciliation Package Build Back Better initiative. Language has successfuli been included for a one-time increase in community development block grant funding to Guam from 3.1 to approximately $31 million. CDBG funds are available for a variety of uses subject to grant approval from supporting nonprofit work, rehabilitating parks and restrooms, revitalizing commercial public assets, and more. There's a quote here from the congressman. These resources made available through our work in the Financial Services Committee represent a 10 times increase in normal funding levels and will be transformative in our community's ability to respond to the needs of our people and fix so many public facilities that have been broken for decades, said Congressman San Nicolas. We can address flooding issues throughout the island, get our nonprofits the facilities they need to reach at-risk communities, finally make our public restrooms at our beaches workable, get our community centers and sports facilities modernized, and more. CDBG funds are federal housing and urban development grants that are administered by GURA. End of release.
I think that's great news if, in fact, it does happen. Again, it would have to go through the House and then the Senate, then ultimately signed off by the president. So I think it's a little premature to be celebrating, but if, in fact, it does happen, I want to thank the congressman if his Financial Services Committee is responsible for that. $33 million is a lot of money. I think we can do great things, and we're excited. We're really excited.
Right on, Ray. Well, be safe. Is there anything in closing you want to add for anything?
No, I mean, we have, I just want to put out there that, some of the things we're working on is moving along even under a pandemic where the construction industry is ailing, but our Sinahania Arts Hall, the Central Arts Hall, that's about 60% complete, and we hope to cut the ribbon by February of next year. And this is a very exciting project for us. Our Women's Treatment Center, Lighthouse Recovery Center in Tiza, that's moving along. The Guam Fire Department, the fire station in Sinahania, that we are just days away from awarding the contract for the A&E design. So that we're excited to have a new fire station in Sinahania right next to the police precinct. So then the Umatic baseball field, the contractor had lost some labor and primarily because, again, all of our projects are competing with the military buildup. And so we're excited that we talked to them last week, and they'll be proceeding so we can finish up the Umatic baseball field. But Chris, I just want to close with this. I mean, we can get $33 million from Congress for community development block grant projects, but when all is said and done, we're competing with the military buildup for the same materials, for the same labor. So I encourage the congressman and Congress to perhaps look at ways that some of these projects outside of the fence can benefit, not just the ones connected to the military buildup. We can't compete for the same labor. So maybe they can help us in that regard by having expediting the H-2B visa process approvals, which has been problematic for us in the last couple of years. Right. So that would help. But when all is said and done, again, we're competing with a lot of money. Federal government's dumping a lot of money into the military buildup, but not realizing that at the same time you can give us money to spend outside the fence, but we're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of GMH when we build, these big wings and increase the capacity, but end up with not enough staff to run it, right? So similar issues. Ray, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thanks,
you.
Bree.
See you.
Stay safe.
Ray Tapasnia, 918. Jason Solis.
Yeah, real quick. You know, guys, total diversion, right?
Okay.
I love pork. We all love pork, right? And I love Agana Heights.
Oh, yeah.
I pretty much
yeah.
grew up there. So
Right,
Chris,
yeah.
Chris shared a certain picture. Can you explain exactly
Yeah. So anyway,
what this is? I understand it's a large.
it's a rather large balaku.
Yeah.
So this is someone sent me this picture, and I didn't know that this is Mayor Paul McDonald of Agana Heights calls this the Agana Heights.
You could ride that.
Yeah, he calls it the Agana Heights mascot. Bruno is the name of the pig here.
Very nice.
But then I also had some other people from Agana Heights say, no, the name is Sebastian. So whether it's Sebastian or Bruno, he hangs out by the bus stop there by Nana's store. And
That's right at the road to my grandparents' place.
it's funny because someone sent me that, and then I sent it over to Mayor Alec, the Mayor's Council of Guam president. And he was like, okay, where's it at? We're going to bring our trap. And I was like, no, I don't think you can trap this one. And so I guess he had sent it around to the different staff, and they were like, no, don't want that one, because that's like Tatamona level already. It's huge.
Have they
huge
said,
pig.
has it tried to like bother any of the residents up there? Have any of the residents tried to,
No,
bother it?
from what people were sending me on my social media, it kind of sounds like it's like a pet, sort of.
They just kind of leave it some coconut and, it kind of does its
Something,
own
I don't
thing.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys are from Agana Heights and you know anything else about
Please
the pig,
join in.
Yeah, please comment or something. But it's a huge.
What do you think that is? That's a 250 pounder maybe?
Yeah, probably easy. You see the tusks.
Okay, now is that still considered a pig, or is that wild boar territory already?
That's a domesticated pig that grew in the wild. That's where we have all these pigs, is people would take care of pigs, and then, because it's expensive to take care of pigs unless you have like an inn at a restaurant or the schools to get like the leftover food for slop. It's expensive, so people will try to raise pigs. And then, especially now during the pandemic, because we haven't had like the fiestas and everything, right? That's where most of these pigs go. And so they let them go. They just say, okay, let them off in the jungle. And, pigs, they're worse than rabbits, worse than chamorros with the recreating,
And that's
the
interesting.
procreating.
That's interesting how you said they're right near like the jungle behind Nana's store, right?
Right, yeah.
Because that's basically the back of my Nana's house essentially, and there's a lot of coconut trees over there.
Yeah,
like
a lot
it's
of jungle.
Yeah, and not terribly thick, so there's a lot of places it could root around. A lot of dirt there. So, I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Right, yeah. So there you go. That's the Agana Heights.
Sebastian or Bruno.
Bruno, right. Looks more
So
like a
so it is
Mr.
male.
A Mr. Sebastian. Oh, definitely male, Jay.
Can you tell from that picture? I couldn't.
So there you go. Just thought that was something interesting we'd show you guys. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back with more of the link next. Good morning.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. It is a Thursday morning here, and we are talking to more amazing people in our island community, doing amazing things for our island community, but and also in a lot of ways giving of themselves, sharing your spirit, sharing your creativity, sharing your unique view of the world. And we have one such person right now a published author, all the way from Talampago, Pep Borja, who has a new book. Pep, half a day, and welcome to you. We also have Victoria Lola Leongro with UOG Press in the Zoom room. So to the both of you, we welcome you guys to the Link family, man. We're so happy to have you.
Half a day, Jason. Thanks for having me, man.
Half a day. Thank you so much.
All right, good morning. So Pep, I just want to get started with you because this is your baby, right? Whenever you put a book together, some people would say, it's catharsis. I'm sharing something I went through, my thoughts, my feelings. I'm bearing my soul. Other people would just say, it's a creative outlet and everything. Putting this book together, what can people find inside? And as a creative person and everything, what did this mean to you to actually take your thoughts, your feelings, and actually put that on paper?
So when in writing, these poems in this book, I wanted to try to write something that like anyone could identify with. I wanted to write something that was accessible and at the same time personal. And I think that's why I chose to write a lot of the poems, and make them about intimacy and love. I think that those are things that everyone has experienced and longs to experience. And so, I try to make the poems kind of speak to those type of feelings that anyone could empathize with.
Very cool. So, do you feel like you were actually able to, in reaching out to other people and saying, these are things that I feel and I feel like could help you, do you feel like you learned a lot about yourself or maybe more about, your fellow man by doing this? Because I know a lot of authors actually say that. They're like, wow, I tapped into something deep inside me and now I actually kind of understand the human condition a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that, for me, writing and creativity in general has always been cathartic and has always been essential to me when dealing with personal struggles. I find that putting feelings, into words on paper helps to sort of wrestle and navigate and cope with certain difficulties.
Sure.
And I think that once you get that out and onto a space where you're able to see it outside your head, you're sort of able to rearrange those thoughts and use them to make something worthy and beautiful.
Was this emotionally exhausting for you to basically, take all of this and then
Oh
channel
yeah,
it?
man. yeah. It could be draining at times, and but it also could be very freeing at times too. So all that hard work, it really helps to kind of drain yourself of feelings and emotions and stuff, and afterwards you're able to recoup and come back.
Yeah. Pep,
stronger.
did you go into this project, maybe having like a core idea or a central theme that you wanted to kind of like build your poetry around, or was it basically like this is a grab bag and that's totally cool, and this is a look at basically what's inside my head and what I'm feeling?
There definitely is like a recurring theme with all the poems, and I think when writing the poems, I wanted to capture the feeling of being close to somebody vividly and honestly, because I think in life, we have certain people that come into our lives with whom we develop these deep and meaningful bonds, and the memories we create with these people are often fleeting. So in order for me to like better remember, I think that it helps to take those thoughts and feelings and try to put it on paper with words that capture sort of the gravity of those moments.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been working on? Because I can just tell, by your diction and and you are a wordsmith, and you have a very, very firm grasp on how to tap into something that each of us as members of the Earth Society go through or will go through sometime, and like our walk here. But what was your creative process like and everything like that? Did you have it's funny. They said Stephen King, always likes to have, a cigar and, a couple shots of brandy before he really sits down and writes. And he always does it at the same time of day, in the same space, in the same chair for 40 years and everything like that. Do you have a routine, or do you just kind of let the spirit move you?
Yeah. I think for me, the one thing that really helps with the creative process is isolation. It's like isolating myself, in a room or, just somewhere where you can be alone. I think isolation really helps, with kind of figuring out what you want to express.
Okay. Pep, was that easy to do in this pandemic? I mean, you talk about isolation. Okay, been there, done that.
No, not really, man. It's kind of hard, being cooped up and stuff. But I find late nights, when everyone's asleep, that's a perfect time to try to think about things you wanna do.
Oh, and we are going to hear a couple of your pieces. You're actually going to grace us with this, but I want to bring in Lola first and everything, because as the center point of UOG Press and everything, this is your 22nd work, I believe, that you've now, and this isn't just another title that you can literally shelve, into the catalog at UOG and everything like that. This is another local person who's choosing to use their gift to share and to express and everything like that. And this actually just makes, the collection that you guys have been able to amass over the last few years and everything like that incredibly diverse. So what does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think what I really love about this book is that it gives our whole island something new to, not just read, but also be inspired by in terms of what's possible with writing and publishing. Dry Nights is, very honest. It's very beautiful. You can read these poems over and over and continue to find something new. And I think in talking about feeling isolated and going through a pandemic, I think having someone else share so much of their soul on paper makes others feel less alone, and I hope inspires them to also write. I think I'm really honored that UOG Press is adding this book to our catalog. It's been incredibly fun working with Pep. And it's also been pushing us into new realms of how we share stories. So for the book, we've actually partnered with acclaimed local filmmaker Brian Munya to do a theatrical short film about it. So, we did a casting call. We've been working with really talented local actresses because we felt that the book itself really opens itself up to layers of artistic interpretation. So working with a filmmaker, now working with these actors and seeing how they interpret it.
So this is a full multimedia experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the book now includes, it also includes a collage artist, Tanya McDuff on the begin and the cover. We have an illustrator that helped to illustrate some of the poems, Constance Sartor. So it's really layers of artistic expression, and Pep's words and the beauty of Pep's words really made that possible. We have a small book trailer that was produced by Brian Munya, but it's just a teaser for a longer film that we're hoping to release by the end of the year when the island opens up. We're going to be working with Tango Theaters, but we just felt that this was the kind of book that not only could inspire others, but could also continue to be reinterpreted with other forms of art.
And if you want, since you led into it, we have that trailer right now. So here, ladies and gentlemen, is the trailer for Pep Borja's book. Here is the trailer for Dry Nights.
I wish I could have seen you, lovely and white. Showing me the world, eyes wide in the flickering street. Where you are to where I am has become an empty space on a page. An empty space on a page.
Wow, Ian Day got a trailer for a book? What the hell is it, 2021?
What I want to know is who is Hollywood gonna cast as Pep himself?
Right.
I'm thinking Colin Farrell, Tom Cruise. Actually, there is a Tom Cruise from Chalampago.
Yeah,
so
not that Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
right?
we could get Tom Cruise.
I want to read one, Pep, and I know you're going to read a couple here, but there's one here that I kind of liked. You came out of the bath sopping as the sun hit you naked, and you became my waterfall. The morning ran past the curtains, languid at the headwater, and your hair, shimmering fern, reminded me of bird's nest unfurling. Rain-streaked leaves to the sun and gravity, cutting into a valley as you made your way across the room. Goosebumps stroke your sun-kissed calf, and froth falls towards the afternoon, with the dying momentum of all the discarded garments writhing on the floor. You take my hands over the tawny drift of your chest. Jackfruit leaves are falling, and I think of marble eels, jumping butterflies on the branches of the cicadas?
Yeah, cicadas.
Cicadas? All along the riverbed. Sorry.
No worries.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. But
that's lush. That's
Yeah.
I mean there's a visual that
this is like Lord Byron for Guam. I mean, romantic, right? No, bro, and I get the visual picture you're painting here. When I was talking with Victoria last night, I was like, Victoria, this is erotica. And I feel like it's something definitely different for the UOG Press. It's great. It's, I mean, who hasn't written a poem for someone that they feel very strongly about?
You
right?
used to do that in high school.
I mean, we all do. I know, Jay, you've got some classics, I'm pretty sure, in your quiver.
I made a webpage for a girl I liked once.
But Pep, you know, sometimes you write a piece for somebody and you want it to last forever, but it doesn't, right? And you move on. And so what happens to these pieces that you write about people? when they're no longer your people?
Well, I think like for me, the pieces are like kind of a record, just it's like a words painting a picture. And it's just like, something you keep in a box in your drawer so you can remember it and, you know that it happened.
When you write these, and obviously a lot of these are about somebody, does that someone know that you write these pieces about them?
No, not really, man. I don't like to put a name on a piece or let anybody know I wrote it about them.
Pep, if I may, I know you're actually going to read them, and we'll be so honored if you'd share your poetry with us literally in your own voice. But this one really spoke to me. So if I may, and this is from Dry Nights, Pep's book called Blue Bottle. Right? I just think the allegory and the words are so beautiful. So here, Blue Bottle. The weight of the sky made you feel like a jellyfish floating on a riptide that came quiet as I slept, and doubt beached on the coast, choking the plankton in our dreams, with tentacles that stain the eastern sand indigo. I felt the sting, and the sky turning its eye on me, turning the water beneath me choppy, in the gravity of your burn, and crimson on my skin. Fluid in the pelagic drift of your voice strokes, snaring all my words.
Yeah, dang.
You've been to the beach a couple times. I can tell
you should share this with us.
And you know what I take from that is someone with obviously not only an expansive vocabulary and a gift for weaving an incredible tale, but also just someone who sees the world in a completely unique way. And I think that's an amazing gift. Like how have you been able to develop like this? Did you even know that like your thoughts and your visions, your perspectives of the world were a little bit different than everybody else's in positive ways?
I've always kind of been like, sort of a wallflower, and I've always, had times where I've kept to myself. So I think, just like, being like that, you kind of sort of develop this imagination and this way of looking at things. And, for me, writing has always, like since I was in middle school, always been something that, I've wanted to be good at. So, I just try to use writing to, kind of reflect the way I see the world.
Very nice. So we're going to let you get ready for your reading. We'll give you about a minute, but I want to bring Lola back in once again because Lola, Pep has very generously, there's also a point, to all this. It's art, but then he also wants to do something and give back to the community through this project. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so, as we know, this month is dedicated to raising awareness about suicide and suicide prevention. And, within the book, one of my favorite poems, and Pep is going to read it today, is about a teenage girl who died of suicide in high school. And the poem, I think, just really powerfully captures what that's like for her, what that's like for, people that are close to her. And I think what I hope, is that people who are feeling these ways, excuse me, have poetry to read or write.
It's okay. I'm getting choked up too, just hearing the poetry.
But have writing to turn to. And so what we're doing is the book officially launches on October 2nd. And so throughout the month of October, we've opened up pre-orders. You can pre-order the book on our website, which is uogpress.com. It's a new e-commerce site that we just launched. And so you can go to uogpress.com, pre-order his book today. We can either ship it to you or you can pick it up at a socially distanced book signing on October 2nd. And $2 from every pre-order sale will be dedicated to a project that we're going to launch to solicit youth-generated content about suicide and suicide prevention. So what we hope is that we will be able to provide our youth with another outlet and the possibility to share their perspective and some of their struggles with the world. As we know, our youth are, suffering at really high rates of depression and suicide right now. Especially during the pandemic, our island has seen a very startling increase in suicide, particularly youth suicide. I've personally lost, very close family members in this time. And so I just feel that it's an important time for us to create more opportunities for expression, and the ability for people to be in conversation through writing, through film, through music is more important now than ever.
You need a drink of water, Victoria?
Sorry, a frog really got in my throat there. But yeah, so if you can, just visit us at uogpress.com, pre-order Dry Nights today. It's only $12, and $2, like I said, from every purchase will be dedicated to this project. And then we'll be able to share more information about the book signing, but it'll be on October 2nd from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the University of Guam's Humanities and Social Sciences atrium. And even if you don't want to come, I know it's crazy right now to try to go anywhere in public. Like, we will mail it. You can pick it up in our offices anytime after October 2nd, and the book will also be available in all local bookstores.
All right. Okay, Pep, here you go. Moment of glory. Have you done a reading before, my friend?
Just one for the film. It's the only one I've done.
Right.
So this is my first, I guess, public reading.
Right. I saw, though, at the end of the book, you've been published before in a couple of other places. So is this book, Dry Nights, is it a departure from other material that you've had published before?
Yeah, it's a big departure, man. The stuff I have been published for previously dealt a lot with it's like cultural identity and political status and stuff like that. So this is a big departure from what I was recognized for previously.
Right on. Well, no risk, no reward, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So, Link fam, we're gonna get a little poetic here, and then after this reading, we're gonna give you $500.
Very nice.
Courtesy the voice. Okay. So Pep, you're the warm up, and again, Pep Bora is the author of UOG Press's Dry Nights. Pep, good morning.
All right. This one's for Billy. I heard in the halls that you came in around 80, and it was the type of ruthless rabble the Veronicas preach to spread their rap, as though the sardines in those jeans were the cafeteria's most succulent. It never added to anything raw, but when you walked in tomorrow, third day of your first year, I knew you without knowing, and you knew I knew it. From that point on, the language in class was old and easy, and it felt like we'd speak in that sweet tongue forever. When I look back, I see hazy cuts, view in the back seat, and you're always 15 and smiling, with a soft black bob that none of them wore, and the bangs to your cheeks held just above the ear, with the bright blue clips you bought after school at Townhouse. You were always in bloom that way. I recall the verse between us sweet. You showed me the branches they stripped, and I showed you mine. Back and forth, ours tangled, twisted, confused, and sad. And in our rhyme, we sang a storm that flooded the hallways and drowned out the drone. For a moment, we were branching past the front gate, the parapro too slow to contain our outward drizzle. If the September rains never came to wash away the summer, we might have made it to my car, parked across the winter's distant street. It's still there, under the petrified banyan, the passenger seat of my heart, always empty for you. It was December when you last called. You were second year, me a fourth. I was out somewhere, wasting time away. And now that line rings lonely forever. Days later, the whispers came back. but all I could see were brown bruises where the scarf burned your neck. And your viewing, I couldn't come to your casket. My shame kept me stained in black on a pew in the back, and I died inside as the Veronicas walked by. Thanks, guys.
Wow.
I never know what to do after they read a poem. Are you supposed to clap? What's the protocol, Victoria? Because I know that's not really a clapping piece,
Yeah.
but wow, I'm floored. Yeah.
You gotta do that jazz thing. That's so.
Hey, it's the bee's knees, man.
I gotta tell you that was such a beautiful passage, and you wove it so well. But the one part, honestly, that got me, I started tearing up, was when you said, because I went to public school, right? I was up at Sanchez, and when you said, the passenger seat in my heart is always empty for you, I was, oh man.
Yeah. I like the part about
seriously, I mean that immediately took me back. Imagine to be that young as we were, and to be so carefree, and yet to deal with such heavy stuff.
the part I liked, Pep, was the stained in black and a pew in the back.
Yeah.
That was good. You have one more piece you're going to share with our audience, right?
Yeah, I got one more. Okay. This one's called On Paper. Quiet will come, and the seas between us will coalesce. I'll lean into your spaces to taste your smell, latching on to me. Come a little more, and I'll take the stain from your skin to give you new blues, swimming, sliding, hiding inside me. I'll lay you on paper, bearing all the shades I keep at night, drawing you over, soot, and salt, and the pen's permanent caress. Thanks, guys.
Wow. Yep.
Were you serious about that, Victoria? That's what we do?
Wait, it's okay. If there isn't an emoji for like this, somebody watching right now, break out Microsoft Paint and let's make some emoji. Make an animated GIF of all of us doing this, because Pep, you've certainly earned it. You know, with your art and with your honesty. And thank you so much for sharing with us this morning.
Good stuff. Victoria,
we absolutely support you, brother.
Good luck, Pep. Thank you, man. Keep it up.
Thank you, Chris.
And congratulations again.
Thank you, Jason. Victoria, let us know when you got another one coming out, and we'll get you on.
Absolutely. Sisos Maasi. And we'll keep you posted as well on the film showing.
Right on.
So thank you for having us.
Thanks
for having us, guys.
All right, Pep.
Hey, stay safe, guys. Wow, I still got the feels, man.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
the passenger seat in my heart.
Yeah. Well, that piece for Billy.
Yeah.
Yeah, deep. The way he painted the picture of kind of like high school,
Yeah.
right, and then ending on the funeral. That was
Yeah.
that was a lot. 9:56. Quick break, guys, and $500 will be given.
Yeah, we need a minute.
Yeah,
listen to some commercials, everybody. But
Yeah,
Chris and I gotta commiserate.
Somebody must be cutting onions in here, because I tell you what. We'll be back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, in our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to The Link. Thank you, Elizabeth Agagi. Nice shirt, Chris. Appreciate it. Fresco. Jason?
We're going to do about 500 of snaps.
Yeah, 500, just like that.
A snap for every dollar we're giving away.
And here it is, your $500 voice giveaway. The number to call, guys, 637-0094.
Yeah, of course, The Voice premieres on Tuesday the 21st on KUM TV 8 at 7 p.m. And, of course, to celebrate, we're giving away cash prizes of $500 all this week. Ariana Grande joins Blake Shelton, Kelly Clarkson, and John Legend for an exciting new season filled with pure magic. Watch our season premiere next Tuesday at 7 p.m. only on KUM TV 8, and you will have $500 if you can answer a trivia question.
All right, and here we go. And remember, you win the $500, you get the question right, you got to sing.
Yep.
Okay? You're going to sing us a little bit. So everybody calling in now, I want you to be concentrating on what song you're going to sing after you win. And the question for this morning... Okay, I got it.
Okay. So this is about Kelly Clarkson,
right? Oh,
this
is so easy.
Kelly
Are
Clarkson.
you serious? This $500 for this?
I love Kelly Clarkson, all right?
We're going to give you $5 for this one. This
Kelly
is too
Clarkson.
easy.
I have the same birthday as Kelly Clarkson and Barbra Streisand, but those two are way more significant than I am.
Right.
Okay. So here's if you love Kelly Clarkson,
easy.
What state is Kelly Clarkson originally from? Technically, you have 50 choices, but we'll narrow it down to 4, right? Is she from A, Texas, B, Colorado, C, Illinois, or D, Maine?
Right.
Kelly Clarkson, Miss Independent. Which state is she originally from? Texas, Colorado, Illinois, or Maine? And go.
Here we go. 637-0094. Let's we'll take the first correct caller. Good morning. Welcome to The Link. Who's this?
Good morning, sir. This is Roger.
Roger. Good
Hi,
morning.
Roger.
Hi. You ready? What state is Kelly Clarkson originally from? A, Texas, B, Colorado, C, Illinois, D, Maine.
I'm probably going to get this wrong, but let's just try Texas.
Again?
Texas?
Texas? Is that your final answer?
I'm going to have to try. I've been listening, and it's a $500.
Yeah, it's a $500 question, and you have the $500 answer.
Yeah! Woohoo! Good job, Roger.
Are you kidding?
You got it right.
Holy cow.
Kelly Clarkson is from the Lone Star State. She is a proud Texan.
Yep.
Don't mess with Texas. Don't mess with Kelly Clarkson. Her favorite team is the Cowboys.
Congratulations, Roger.
Thank you very much, Chris.
What are you going to spend $500 on, my friend?
Man, I'm going to spend it on my lady and my kids.
No, as you should. Good job.
Okay,
that's a good man right there. Okay, now, Roger, this is a two-parter, right? So because you have a wonderful significant other and amazing children, we would like you to serenade them, right? Now, you can either sing one of Kelly Clarkson's songs or a song with your name in it. Something about Roger.
Man, I can, shoot, you pick a song and I'll sing it, Jay.
Okay, Okay, because it is your wife and kids, actually, we'll go in a different direction. Can you sing the chorus from I Will Love You by Whitney Houston, and I Will Love You? You don't have to hit the high note, because, we don't want you spending $500 to get your throat fixed and everything, but,
Is that enough?
Finish it off.
Don't leave us hanging, Roger.
You got to finish strong, bro.
Love you.
Yeah!
Dang, is this... My chair is turned. That's for sure. Well, congratulations, Roger. Don't forget the Voice premieres Tuesday, September 21st, NBC KUAM TV 8 at 7 p.m. And remember to celebrate. We're giving away $500 every day this week. So get your chance to win tomorrow. And don't forget this season, Ariana Grande joins Blake Shelton, Kelly Clarkson, and John Legend for an exciting new season filled with pure magic. Watch the season premiere next Tuesday, 7 p.m. only on NBC KUAM TV 8.
Roger. Great job.
Awesome. Roger, hold the line, Kay, and I'm going to get your information. It's 10:03 KUAM TV. It's been absolutely amazing. My name's Chris for Jason and Sabrina Esta. Adios!
Happy Thursday.
Just sing Whitney Houston together? That was awkward.
Hey, rest in peace, Whitney.
You're right on. Let's do Burger King's Cover Me, guys. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Whopper Wednesdays. You go by on a Wednesday, get a Whopper. Say, I love the Whopper, and they're going to give you another one absolutely free. Be safe, guys. We're almost there. Tomorrow's Friday. Good job, Jay.
All right. Always fun, man. Stay safe, everybody. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. Joe, sir. Was it raining outside? Yeah, it is. It started out really beautiful, like it's going to be an amazing day, and now it's raining.
Be safe, everyone.
Yeah, be safe, guys. Again, Burger King, proud to present Cover Me. Until tomorrow, está adios.
I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. Then you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, and you softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? It's your love. How deep is your love? I really mean to learn. Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they